thank you for the gift of one another. We want to thank you for the gift of life. And more so, we want to thank you for bringing us here to gather the information that will help us to, to make your creation more perfect. Lord, may we also thank all those people who have made it possible for us to come here so that we may get the wisdom to go and serve you by serving our brothers and sisters. Lord, help us also that we may, our work today, you may send forth your Holy Spirit to guide us, to guide all those people who have prepared this meeting, those who are coming and those who have already reached here, and those that will be going out to serve you by serving our brothers and sisters. We thank you, Lord, and we ask you to send forth your Spirit that will give us wisdom to make sure that our earth is well taken care of by getting food for the poor, getting food for the marginalized, and even for everybody. Help us, Lord, that we may work together as brothers and sisters. We ask all this through Christ our Lord. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Father, for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we had very, very illuminating discussions and conversations around the regenerative agriculture. We will have a recap of what transpired yesterday and also chart a way forward. There will be a call to action later on in the afternoon to just quickly take you through the program. For those who do not have, we are day 3. So there will be a roundtable. We're going to talk about policy. We're going to talk about what kind of actions, especially what ought to be done to take this forward. And of course, finally, there will be some breakout session and a call to action. Without further ado, I would want to welcome the head of Impact and Influence at Practical Action Kenya, Madame Peris Gadogo. So you will take 5 minutes. Very good, 5 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. Reflecting on the conversations that we had yesterday, they were clustered into 3 main themes. The first theme being regenerative agriculture, the second theme being youth engagement, and the last theme being markets. And I'm going to reflect on some of the key things that came out of those conversations that we had yesterday. If you think about regenerative agriculture, there's something that Daktari said that we need to think about. We should not stress so much on the definition of regenerative agriculture. And why? It's because this is a topic that has been contested over time. But instead of thinking about how do we define regenerative agriculture in our programs, we need to think about the outcomes that we are having. Are we restoring the soil health? Are we ensuring that we are producing food that is safe for consumption, as well as the environmental impacts that our work is having? And then Professor Alex Awiti talked about transition to regenerative agriculture. I was telling my colleagues, it's like he was speaking to me, because sometimes when I hear conversation on regenerative agriculture, my thought is always we should eliminate use of inorganic. That is the language that I have been using over time. And from what he was saying is that when you talk about transition, we should not focus on complete elimination of inorganic, but of the issue of nutrient balancing. And he kept saying, we understand our soils as Africans, and we need to come up with solutions that enable us ensure that we are having good quality soils. So it's not about complete elimination. It's about ensuring a very good balance between the inorganic, anorganic, and ensuring that we are addressing any nutrient deficits that we might be having. Again, on regenerative agriculture, there was an issue around evidence. We did demonstrate during Chris's session the different regenerative agriculture technologies that have been piloted by different organizations. In practical action, we talked about vermiculture, we talked about BSF. I had, SNV talk about the technologies that they have piloted, and all of them are working. But listening to all the presenters, the technologies are working, that are working at a small scale. So the question in the room still remains, how do we take these technologies to scale? There's somebody who gave an example of a 100-acre farm. And the question was, with a 100-acre farm, how do I roll out these technologies? How do I make them efficient, to give me the product that I want at the end of the day? So that is something that we need to continue looking into, continue discussing, continue asking each other. We have piloted this technology. In the Trail project, we have piloted very many technologies. But the questions we have been asking ourselves, how do we take this to scale? And that's a conversation we need to continue having. The other area was around research. We did get to hear that there's a lot of research that is ongoing, led by the academic institutions that we have. But the question is, are they having conversations with the implementers? Are they having conversations with people who are going to take this evidence into practice? What is the link between what is happening in the research space, what is happening in the development space, what is happening around policy conversations? So we need to ensure that there is a link between what is being tested and how it is being piloted or implemented. I remember Professor Awiti highlighted different, research initiatives that have been going on, who is taking on those findings and taking them to practice. And to conclude on regenerative agriculture, we need to remember that regenerative agriculture remains at the center of food security in the face of changes that we're experiencing in our climate. So we need to continue prioritizing regenerative agriculture if we want to transform our food systems. If I go on to the youth session, we had an inspiring, presentation from Emmanuel, who gave different examples of what he has been doing within the agriculture sector, being able to run a successful agri-enterprise. And there's one thing that he highlighted, and something that he demonstrated when he was standing here. The key thing he demonstrated is that, what does youth leadership look like? He stood here and said he cannot compare himself with the people in the room, and he's standing here representing young people. But actually, it was a very good demonstration of what it means to have the young people take leadership, be at the forefront in identifying the challenges that they face as they run agri enterprises, as well as come up with solutions that will help them maximize their investment. He talked about how he has worked with other young people, how he has attracted. He gave an example of around 5 young people that he is working with. He has employed multiple of young people and working with them, and that shows the power of youth agency. Young people being able to influence each other. So we need to think about, as practitioners in the room, how do we leverage on that? How do we leverage on having young people drive the agendas that we have? That means instead of seeing Paris standing here and talking about the impact that we are having in our work, can we have a young person talk about that? Can we have a young person represent what exactly is happening in their businesses? This is something that Jim said. The reason why we continue having negative perceptions about agriculture, something that most of us might not have looked at. And he said the reason why we are continuing to have negative perceptions is because we are selling failures. We keep overemphasizing on the things that are not working, but not talking so much about our successes. Can we have that shift? Can we invest more in talking about how agriculture is transforming livelihoods? And my parting shot when it comes to the youth agenda comes from what Emmanuel says, that PA has put us at a point of no excuse. So all of us here, because we are working in one way or another with young people, we have put them at a point of no excuse. So young people in the room, our project participants in the room, let's forge forward. Our last session looked at markets, and markets being a key driver of our work in the agriculture sector, a key driver of regenerative agriculture, because if we are to go to scale, we need to think about regenerative agriculture, from a circular perspective. What is happening in the input space? What is happening in the market leakage space? And one thing that came out is the importance of partnerships and collaboration as a key to sustainability and scale up of regenerative agriculture. I was in a group, and that group, we got to learn that everybody is, you know, using market-based approaches in their own different ways. But the question is, how can we come together? How can we collaborate to ensure that we are able to transform the market system? We also need to look at how we direct or how we work with the private sector. We know that they hold a very key role for us to achieve scalability, for us to achieve sustainability. But the question is, how do we work with them? How do we engage the private sector? How do we have conversations as partners when it comes to engaging with these actors? And now I'll just pause and ask one question. I have reflected on the key things that we discussed yesterday, but I'd want to hear from maybe three people. Are there any issues? If you reflect on everything that we discussed yesterday, are there any issues that you feel need further discussions today? Conference. I'll open it up. Three people.
In this space or in this conference, is it possible to come up with one common understanding of what is regenerative agriculture, what entails regenerative agriculture, so that when we are out there talking about improving livelihoods through regenerative agriculture, we have a common understanding of that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nganga. I work for IDH, a partner of both IKEA Foundation and Practical Action. I think for me, maybe what I would want us maybe to focus today, and I guess it's timely because they will be talking a bit about policy, is the whole thing about land. I think what we see increasingly is that the land sizes for smallholder farmers are too small, and that is a structural problem that stands in the way of what we are trying to do. And I know one of the speakers yesterday talked about intensification. One of the speakers talked about we have families of about 8 household members. So we know the population is growing, but the quantum of land is decreasing. And so no matter how successful we are in all the things we are trying to do, I mean, there's a limit to how much that can get us where we want because of the land size. So, and I think a lot of the time that has not been talked about. And I think that's really is a structural problem that has to be discussed, especially at policy level. So I think that will be timely to address that this morning.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any last?
Yes. Already I have the mic.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I'm Moses. Because today we are going to talk more about the policy. So I just request, as a youth, despite we are talking of regenerative agriculture, but then there is one part that is really a hindrance to the youth, that is financial part. So as we come up with policies, why don't we also take care of the financial part in terms of policies that favors the youth in agribusiness? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm George Urude from County Government of Kisumu Youth and Gender Directorate. One thing that came out very strongly, and it came from my young colleague from Homa Bay, it's about, I'm not exhausted, about how to tackle the issue of mindset of young people and attitude towards agri-business system. And also reflection into our education system, because he mentioned something about people trained in agriculture and still looking for employment. So what are we doing into our education systems? And also our panelists, Winnie, mentioned something about multi-sectoral approach and social system in tackling the issue of agriculture, because we need to broaden our approach and also tackle the issue of mindset and attitude. And when you talk about mindset, it also comes from Nyanza, especially Luo Nyanza. Our attitude and mindset is a challenge. And we work in the youth sector and we are addressing this, but we need an intentional approach to handle this as we do mentorship and linkages.
Thank you. Is somebody on that side? Anybody on the phone?
Thank you. I'm Teresa from Hydrotech East Africa, but here I'm with the SNV. I think, oh, sorry, I wasn't supposed to start the statement like that. So many of so many organizations come on board, and then we start having discussions on the various projects that would like to maybe bring to the youths or even to the women and even for some females. But then right now we are talking about regenerative agriculture. And yesterday we were having discussions with some of my few friends, and we were like, how do we ensure that even after all this has been said in these halls, and we've funded all the various trials and things that we've been doing on the ground, how do we ensure sustainability of this kind of projects so that in the next 10 years we can still be able to see the impact that we've created in this moment? Because we've seen the projects come in, we use a lot of funds to bring people on board and make things work at that point. But then in the next 2 years, that project is gone like that. Like there's everybody that was on board, even including the farmers that participated. It's something that the discussions end as you go. It's like you carry everything with you, including the education you gave them. So what are we doing to ensure that even in the next 10 years, we are still able to see people that benefited from this kind of programs able to carry out this kind of projects to the next generations? Because if there is no sustainability plan, then it means we are really just using funds for the time being, and then we are going to go to the next project without really having some impact. So the impact aspect of it and sustainability for the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your reflection. It's good to note that the key issues that you have raised will be part of the conversations that we'll be having on systems. Because when you think about systemic change, that is where sustainability comes in. That's where scale comes in. And we'll be speaking on those issues that you have raised during that session. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Paris, the audience. Very good additions to the discussions. Particularly liked the last question. And yesterday we were having a chat with Madame Akinyi, and I think also with Susan. And I posed a question around, yes, there is just, are not necessarily here. Of course, we have to talk. There is too much talk. But policymakers and the kind of interaction that we have with them, are they committed to walk the talk? It's one thing to talk, it's another one to take action and actually see this talk coming to fruition. On that note, I just want us to play a 5-minute video. I have been assured it is a 5 minutes, and I need the gentleman to be alert. Last Monday, we went
From Matinga, we found money teaching future. Mama to my punishment.
see, what has been the impact on ground. We just want to capture some short videos which will highlight the transformation that has happened for just a chosen few. And this is under this very particular program. So can I play the video? 5 minutes.
From Matinga, we found money teaching future. Mama to my punishment.
As a third world country, employment has been of low percentage. People have gone to school, children have come out of universities, but there is no employment. So we've been able to teach them that even farming is an employment. On the trail project, we are using two approaches. One is on the participatory market system development, where we are able to bring together different stakeholders so that they can be able to work together to identify which challenges they are facing so that they engage in profitable agriculture. The other approach that we are using is agroecology. This is where we try to encourage farmers to use available raw material instead of using the commercial or the inorganic products.
It's not easy for to employ anyone. But I've been able to employ 5 employees through the help of practical actions as well. Through the B2B programs, we've been able to be linked to different markets. And also through the trainings of the productions of poultry production and also management of pests and diseases and all this, I've been in a position to reduce the cost and also to increase the profit.
So I have learned a lot from practical action, how this environment can serve both the human beings and the animals, teaching us how to go green without use of chemicals. We've been given the knowledge to pass to the community groups.
The whole concept is we can get manure. Most of our soils are, kind of degraded. With manure, we can improve our soils. And also, good soils, we get our sustainability in terms of, food production.
So the weather is changing. There's a climate change, yes. Changing climates, I have adapted the use of compost, planting of trees, use of cover crops, even further planting further. The knowledge from practical action has helped me a lot with this farm. Knowledge yenye wamenipea, wameniinua. Juu kitambo nilikuwa tu mama bora mama, lakini kwa sasa hivi mimi ni mama mwenye anafanya vitu zake kivyake, niko na maarifa ya kuzifanya, vitu zangu zinaendelea kabisa.
The time we join practical action, you encourage us that we are supposed to do things together to make work easier even in the house.
We do the agenda, we have knows how to use our time.
So many changes. Yeah. You can see our home is growing.
Me and my wife, the gender champions, and we've been in a position to talk to most of the families in charge, the groups, the 5 groups I also work with, to be in a position to share goals.
Things have improved tremendously.
Hapa awali nilikuwa naweza hata kuuza kwa 2,000. Naweza pata 2,000, 1,000. Na kwa sasa hivi naweza uza 500, hata 300. Naweza pata faida ya 20,000 hivi.
In terms of income for the business, I think it's more of a tenfold increment.
As a mother and as a woman farmer, I'll be able to encourage my fellow women that hard work pays and small things can make a change. Thank you so much to our donor, also to our partners, that is at global level, national level, county level, and also at local level, and we have seen success.
I work as a program manager at the IKEA Foundation. Our goal is to create a better everyday life for as many people as possible around the globe. And as the world is looking for transformative change in agriculture, we are proud to see that practical action is contributing to this effort.
Wonderful. A round of applause. There was gender balance. It is nice to see the transformation. It is nice to see the before and after. Those are the stories, based on the conversations yesterday, those are the stories that we need to tell more often. They are positive. They denote a positive impact in society. Thomas Jefferson, you know who he was, because he's no longer with us, said the following words: agriculture is our wisest pursuit because it will, in the end, contribute most to real wealth, good morals, and happiness. May I repeat? Thomas Jefferson said, agriculture is our wisest pursuit because it will, in the end, contribute most to real wealth, good morals, and happiness. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to usher in the next group of panelists who will be led by our moderator, who has assured me that we'll keep it 1 hour maximum. We want to hear from the policymakers and also the partners. But thank you so much to IKEA Foundation and also Practical Action Kenya, or Practical Action as a whole, and the rest of the partners, including Mastercard Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to now welcome Michael Ohato, the project manager, Practical Action Kenya. Bwana Michael, karibu sana. I hope you have all your panelists. Michael appear. Not, are you sure you have all your panelists? Yes, yes. So let's hear what the policymakers have to say. And because it is 9:19, I am sure we shall be done by 10:20. Okay, welcome.
Thank you. We have a team of 4 members, and as we start, I'll be introducing them as they come. But before that, a lot has been said in the policy environment, which most of the time we say it's our enabling environment. And even throughout the discussions, some of the suggestions which were being made was the entrenchment of some of the policies which can be used to either promote or promote the adoption of regenerative agricultural practices. So maybe a brief of some of the key things in policy before inviting the key members or the panelists to let me call it the bench. but I'm not Jeff Koinange. So the first thing we are looking at is with regards to policy from the national government. There is no straightforward policy with regards to regenerative agriculture. That's the first thing. So even entrenching it or domestication at county level becomes a challenge. Number two, currently we are having two counties which already initiated some policy work with regards to regenerative agriculture, and that is Muranga County, which have already developed an agroecology policy. And of course, there is the Viga County, which is currently domesticating one for Viga County in agroecology. With regards to practical action, we have supported key strategies, especially through the TRAIL project, that is the food system strategy, youth Kisumu youth and business strategy, and of course we have made some contribution, which is going to be the CIDP 3, that is County Integrated Development Plan 3 for the next 5 years, and most of it were with regards to incorporation of some of the regenerative agricultural policies. So with me today on the bench, we're starting from Professor Kirikai Kamau. Professor Kirikai Kamau. Yes, the second professor, Professor George Mark from the Maseno University. And of course, we also look at people who are into practice. Barry Lajuang and Sebastian Wambogo. Of course, Tunaman Madibo. No, we promise that we'll really work on time, but we cannot promise, especially because policy is also a key issue which needs to be entrenched to regenerative agriculture approaches so that it can influence adoption. We had a clip which was to be played with regards to Muranga County, so I'll just give you a brief on why the team is here. One, we are looking at experience for the counties which have already developed regenerative agricultural policies. What are the experiences? Number two, we are looking at how can we link research work, that is research, to our policy framework, that is with regards to our academia. That's why Professor George Mark is with us. And of course, the third one, we are looking at the people who have been practicing regenerative agriculture or agroecology at the field. What are their experiences? So we are trying to link all those work, that is experience on the people who have already developed such a policy. We are looking at the research work and linking it to the policy framework. And of course, the aspect of practice, that is people who have been working with organizations to implement regenerative agriculture or influence regenerative agricultural policies out at the ground level, out the county level, at the national level. I don't know if the clip is ready.
Thank you.
Michelle?
national level. And one of the challenges that I faced is how do we organize smallholder farmers? Thank you very much. My name is Kiringai. I'm here to share with you the experiences of Murang'a County in the formulation of an agroecology strategy, policy and law. I have been working in the government at the national level. And one of the challenges that I faced is how do we organize smallholder farmers, particularly when nutrition is considered a critical engagement. Therefore, I came up with the concept of food pharmacies and farm hubs. Farm hubs are very similar to the cooperatives as they are implemented today. And food pharmacies is a construct that has not existed, which I feel is necessary to actually bring so that we can think about the farmers realizing through the food pharmacies markets at local, national, regional, continental, and even global. You need this, the logistics and traceability and transaction and payment support that is hardly ever there. Now, the agenda that we want to discuss looks at the nutrition dimension is facing agroecology. But we have to think of why look at nutrition to address agriculture. Because much as a lot of work has been done in researching agriculture and other knowledge domain areas, nutrition is rarely much researched on, particularly the interface between farmers and the producers of food and the health of the farmers, all those that are eating the foods that the farmers produce. It is for this reason that you find that many sicknesses associated with the residues that come from pesticides affect the farmers in a major way. So we need to have a way of addressing it, and that promotes agroecologically produced foods for healthcare. And the food pharmacy becomes the anchor for it. If you wanted to actually do this through the national government, then we have a challenge because this national government faces many conflicts from its government partners and funders who always have a say in many of the projects that they support the government to do, and they can withdraw if they think the supporting is not in their interest. It leaves the county governments the most suitable partner to look at agroecology, particularly on how it can now impact their producers and how they reach the market. And for that reason, our journey has been marked by milestones that are critical. Thinking value chain. And I remember starting the journey and advising institutions in the value chain. But when I actually brought the value chain concept in the agricultural space, the World Bank was supporting CAP, and I was requested to train researchers. And when I trained them, commodities and livestock became value chains rather than being supported through an organizational framework. So we actually maintained the science as a value, as driving the value chain rather than the organization driving that farmers own driving the value chain. Constitutional revolution that came in 2010 and 2013 up to the constitution of 2010 created enmity between the devolved governments and the national government. And at that time, I was an advisor to the cabinet secretary for agriculture, and he challenged me to actually look at can we do to transform agriculture. And the role that I therefore took to play was to look at what can make that happen. And I looked at the structure, the strategy, the systems, the staff, and the skills they have, and the leadership style that is required, and the profit sharing or the shared value dimension, and the sustainability that actually is desired. And those I call them the Kirigai tests. By the time I was actually doing this, the CS had already been put step aside from his office, and so I was doing an independent job, guided by the research work that I was already doing for the university. So imagine that there was the data revolution that came from the formulation of the SDGs. And the World Open Data for Agriculture and Nutrition wanted to come to Kenya to find partnership because the then Deputy President, Dr. William Ruto, had gone to Egypt, to Addis Ababa, and signed that Kenya is the first country to become the driver of the data agenda for agriculture. So when he came back, I had then returned to the university, and I had started the journey of kicking off a collaborative engagement using student-led extension. I still drive as a student agenda today. One of the biggest things that has emerged is no student-led extension. Now, the agripreneurs that we are talking about use the same dimension, and you can now anchor them within nutrition, just like health, as health hospitals and schools have, and education have schools. So we can very easily map an institutional framework within which the value chain engagement can actually be delivered. You need agroecology pathways to actually now drive this, because healthy eating is the center of our agenda in the food pharmacies. You also need to think about the law and how to integrate the implementation using an act that is regulates the policy agenda. So we have therefore looked at all that. And within now the continuum of the food pharmacy and food farm hubs, we have now looked at the next agenda, which is what I found in the county, that there was already, luckily, policy and an act. The only thing they needed was to be launched. And I did launch the policy and act in a forum that was funded by PLM and ICE as partners. And other stakeholders were also involved in the road journey: SNB, SAGDEP, OACK, Equatorial Nuts, YAD, and Agrimark. But the most critical is what partnerships and membership do you bring into it? The marketing that you need to drive here, and how the members are organized. The food pharmacy now brings the engagement with the farmer in a more interesting way.
Yes, we were just giving you just a glimpse because that is the first in Kenya policy on agroecology. So the person who was talking is here with us, and we just wanted him to share a little bit of experience of how he managed to influence the county to have an agroecology policy. And of course, we have representation from the rest of the counties. How can they also borrow the approach to ensure that such policies are also entrenched in the counties? So, welcome to the panel. I don't know if the mic, you can test your mic if it's working. Yes. And Professor Kirigai also doubles as of the Chief Executive Committee member for Muranga County for the Department of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Kiringai. I'm a professor in institutional economics, and now I am privileged to drive the agriculture agenda in Muranga County as the county executive member for agriculture and nutrition, and for agriculture, fisheries, and livestock. I have had the privilege of working with the youths. I have had the privilege of working with the governments, and I drive the agenda for coordinating the caucus in the Sereb region, that is the Mount Kenya area, where we have 10 counties that are driving economic empowerment to the communities. And agroecology is one of the biggest agenda that we intend to use. So I will be discussing more about this in our discussions. And I want to thank those of our partners that are here. I see we have David Amdavi with us. He was very instrumental in the agricultural policy in Muranga. Thank you.
Then, of course, we're also trying an aspect on how to link our academia work, that is our research work, to the policy environment. So, with this regard, Professor George Mark, you can share some experiences and some call to action, what we have actually done with Maseno County to influence some of the policies in the county.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is George Mark Onyang. All my friends call me George Mark, so that's why he keeps on saying Professor George Mark. I'm not a Mzungu, but we come from UK, United Kingdom. So Maseno University was started in 1989, and I was amongst the first staff members there. We have had a long journey in creating ourselves from a small constituent college of Moi University to become a full-fledged university with different activities and different schools and faculties. And our biggest thrust is that we are trying to create a nexus of research and community extension services beyond just teaching students. And that is one thing that has enabled us to be able to engage with different institutions, organizations, and even with the enactment of the 2010 constitution with the county government. So we are a big partner with the county government of Kisumu. We have had several researches, and I thought I would give examples of one or two that are relevant to this particular gathering. One of them was a partnership with the Vrije University Amsterdam and Moi University. We were focusing on spatial planning and agribusiness policy development within Western Kenya region. We had training for students and staff in terms of policy development. So we actually supported 6 PhD students to do research on regenerative agriculture. 4 of them have graduated since, and 2 are finishing this year. So you can actually see that the students themselves become part of the advocates rather than us doing an extension services on our own. We reviewed our curriculum to respond to some of these emerging issues so that the curriculum is live to the requirements for sustainable agriculture. And we started a multi-stakeholder platform in Kisumu that eventually was transferred to the county government of Kisumu when FAO came in to support Kisumu in developing the food system strategy. So it's the same stakeholders who are working with that eventually was working with the county government of Kisumu to develop their food system strategy. And as an institution, we believe that will last longer than most county governments. So we have a GIS platform that the county government can be able to fall back onto in case they lose their data bank. And the GIS platform provides mapping for the different agroecological zones that we have in this particular area, the agribusinesses that we're engaging with, and type of agricultural activities that we have that can then be referred to through this GIS platform. And the current project we're running is basically called Innovation for Sustainability and Societal Relevance. It's a partnership between different organizations and countries. We have universities and institutions from Netherlands, from Belgium, from Spain, from Slovenia, from Uganda, and Kenya, where we are looking at different methodologies for knowledge co-creation. And when we're talking about knowledge co-creation here, we are focusing on agribusiness, sustainability, and climate change. So the curriculum is being reviewed to encourage co-production of knowledge. Students go into the community and work with community members in terms of understanding the dynamics of region agriculture. And then they can come back, review that based on the principles and the theories that they've learned. And then they have a final session when they also share with the same community stakeholders in terms of what their findings are and what they can be able to build. So that it's a co-production process that entails the students and the community members. And finally, we were also engaged with the county government of Kisumu in developing the food system strategy in terms of doing the research on the urban food systems in Kisumu and within the region, and eventually using this information to develop the food system strategy that is now, I think, in front of the county assembly. It has passed through the executive. So the story is long, but these are just snippets of what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. And of course, a bit of now our linking experience, research work, and now practice at the field level. Maybe Beryl can give us a flame of what they're actually doing with regards to restoration and convening networks so that they can call for action to influence policy work. Because that is one of the key things which I know we are going to look at when we are looking at call to actions. What have you done, and what do you think even this convention can really borrow so that we can forge a way forward?
Thank you very much. My name, of course, as you've heard, is Beryl Ajwang. I'm from World Resources Institute, and I'm a food loss and waste associate. As WRI, we work, of course, at the intersection of human, people, and nature. And one of the programs that we've been running is on vital landscapes. And here we have 4 broad objectives. One is to protect, so nature, forests, biodiversity, indigenous communities and populations. The second one is on produce, and we talk about environmentally friendly and also economically sensible in terms of smallholder farmers. The third broad objective under the vital landscape is on reduce food loss and waste, and also reduce use of harmful inputs. And then the fourth one is on restoring nature and ecosystems. Now I'm going to focus on 2 that we have been doing. The first one is on reducing food loss and waste. And yesterday, while Winnie was talking, she mentioned that everyone focuses, of course, on production, but also attention needs to be given to the food loss. And here we have been running a program, one on circularity in Rwanda, thanks to Anelis and the IKEA Foundation. It's also funded by IKEA Foundation. And we are providing technical assistance to businesses or SMEs that actually operate within the circularity space, which is very closely tied to what I already saw here. So some of the SMEs that we are working with are actually people who do vermiculture, black soldier flies, people who are just ensuring that the food loss and waste that occurs within the value chain actually stand into something that is economical. And so the program is in its second phase. The first phase was a lot of policy engagements because similar to agroecology in Kenya, there is really no clear policy that talks about circularity or that provides a basis even for the food loss and waste to take place. We have but bits and pieces of policies that are not exactly explicit to talk about food loss and waste. And so we began by policy. We did an analysis in Kenya and also in Rwanda to just see where are some of the critical points of losses. But even as we were doing this analysis, we came to an understanding that we don't even have the right protocols to gather this data. So people are using FAO methodologies, and I think there's one for UNEP or UNDP, but they don't actually speak to us at the local level. And so WRI has actually been working to develop protocols and guidelines that can actually be used to measure some of this, because we say that without enough evidence, it will become very hard to create a convincing case for policy action. So we need to create that evidence. We need to prove it to them. We need to show them that this is happening, even if we pick single value chains, because right now we have about 6 which are priority. But we need to create that evidence. And our approach has always been build evidence, and that is what we call count it, and then scale it. Change it. Change it is where now you work with local actors to create a change. And at the third level is now what we call a scale it, right? So without building that evidence, it becomes very hard to do policy action. The second thing that we are doing is now the restoration that Michael has actually spoken on. And the traditional approach to restoration has always been planting trees, right? We go to farmers and we tell them, practice agroforestry, add on a nitrogen fixing trees into your farms. But we haven't ever thought about some of the trade-offs and synergies when you think about restoration. For example, fine, nitrogen fixing crops are very good, right? But you find that some of the exotic species that are now coming actually take more nutrients from the farm, right? So it's not even now, it's counterproductive, right? But also, do we ever think about that restoration can actually create more pressure on biodiversity and nature, because the land that could actually be used for production of food is now being used for tree farming and stuff like that. So then what we are doing as WRI, we are trying to integrate the common approach of tree, crop, animal interaction to actually start thinking about nutritional aspect of it, right? So how do we ensure that our restoration program is not counterproductive, but rather is supportive enough such that the communities that you are working with do not suffer from food insecurity out as a negative result out of the process. And so we are moving beyond the plant tree narrative to actually integrating regenerative agriculture. And some of the things we want to do is ensure that people practice cover crops even alongside their tree crops. So that is the vision we have. And the last thing that we are doing as WRI, we are convening stakeholders. Now, under the restoration program, we have two. We have the AFR 100, which is a commitment, of course, by several countries to ensure that we restore 100 million hectares of degraded land. And we have also what we term as restore local. For the restore local, we are working on 3 critical landscapes. One is the Rift Valley, the Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet region. I think we know how badly that place is doing. And then we are working on Rusizi Basin, that's Rwanda and Burundi. And then we are also working on the Cocoa Belt in Ghana. And of course, the emerging lessons for us is that every landscape is unique. And some of the things that we need to implement will require, of course, policy decisions, right? Because the Great Rift Valley, I think we are covering about 11 counties, and every county is unique. And so what we have come up with is what we term as the policy accelerator. And this has been implemented in other countries, south to south, so Peru, Mexico, Brazil, where we actually create a platform for policymakers to come and co-create solutions for the various problems that we identify in their areas. So it's not a top bottom where we push ideas and solutions, but rather is more of a co-creation and co-design where we allow them to actually participate in the process. And of course, through the auspice of the FOLU, that is Food Land Use Collision, I think we organized the first region agriculture conference this year. And we are so glad that this is happening so that we get enough voice and push for actually to get policies in the right place for region agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. The next panel is Sebastian, but one of the key questions from the audience was in reference to the word regenerative agriculture. Some people, I don't know whether it is the aspect of the partners we are working with. Some use the word regenerative agriculture. Some use agroecology. We are into climate smart agriculture. What are some of the few things Seb wanted to talk about, especially when you are linking it to policy work? And we know you are one of the key partners who supported Murang'a County in the development of the agroecology policy. What are some of the challenges you experienced, especially when you are supporting counties to develop such policies? So you can handle those two as we move.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Maina Wambugu Sebastian. I'm the founder for Youth Action for Rural Development, a program that I began to see how we would really support young people who in many aspects were trying to look for jobs, had good papers, but they took more of their time looking for jobs than perhaps supporting their own. So the idea was that as much as you're looking for a job, is it possible that with the skills that you have, the training that you've attained, can you be of use in your village? So I brought together young people. Some were agriculturists, teachers, accountants, and we formed the yard as a hub where we could go out to people. This has changed over time, and now it's a big organization that now supports thousands and thousands of young people. Maybe at another forum, I can give you my own experience about working with young people and some of the challenges we've met, particularly when it comes to uh, the agriculture space, where we all would want young people to be good farmers, but um, the goodwill, our strategy, the desire for them to be good farmers is very negative, right from how we perceive a farmer to be a person with a djembe, with tattered clothes, and that is it. And we want to support young people. I've also been, for those in the coffee ecosystem, I've been part of the team that has been working on revival of the industry, reviving new KPCU. It's a state corporation, and bringing it from liquidation receivership to profit making, and supporting over 750 smallholder farmers and another set of people we call the outgrowers or the growers. I've been part of the team that has been supporting Murang'a through PELAM. I'm a director and a treasurer. And PELAM is an association of 60 organizations that have come together to address issues of ecological land use. We are based in 42 counties, and we are domiciled in Kiambu. Murang'a is very passionate for me, and perhaps Daktari, that's why it was part of the reason why we thought Murang'a would be part of it. I know a lot of background work was done in supporting Murang'a. And before our CEC supported us fully to have the policy in place, a lot of work was done behind the scene. And particularly when you're dealing with the members of the county assemblies, who some do not have any background, agricultural background, no policy background. We had to call them for meetings, kind of take them through what this means, and then they had to take this to parliament. And so it took a lot of time. It took a lot of resources, a lot of convincing, and finally that's where Murang'a is, being the first one. Now, I've been in this space for many years, since when the organic agriculture movement started in the 80s. But we've seen a lot of progress in terms of thinking, how we define this, right from organic agriculture to sustainable agriculture, biointensive agriculture, biodynamic agriculture, permaculture, farming God's way, natural farming, traditional farming, all this. And perhaps that is one reason why we now have a challenge as to what policy we want. Of course, we can draw the reason why these are coming up. And sometimes, depending on where we are getting our partners and support from, then it's easier for us to adopt those names. But now, for us who are in this field for a long time, are we in regenerative agriculture? Are we in organic farming? Are we in biodynamic agriculture? What is it that can really bring us all together? Considering that amongst our veins, there are those things that have value to us. The environment, putting the farmer first, having shared prosperity. I mean, all this, what is it that we can look for? Our discussions in Muranga, we narrowed this down to agroecology so that every other thing falls into place. I know, Daktari, when you spoke about having frameworks for organic agriculture, perhaps it's because we have COAN, a network of people in the organic agriculture movement, and that is why they are able to move in that direction. But now, what happens to these others who are not doing organic agriculture but are doing regenerative agriculture? And those are the questions that we really want to ask ourselves. And there seems to be an answer, considering that we can draw a lot of support from the counties themselves. In any case, agriculture being a devolved function, I think it is the counties themselves that can appropriately put this into perspective, considering so many things. Maybe what works in Muranga might not work in South Nyanza, where I spent many years, and not in Kakamega or in West Pokot, but maybe having a framework of how we do this. Now, already some of the counties have their strategies in the CIDPs. And our discussion yesterday was, should we again go and develop new policies, or should we integrate this into those that are already existing? I'll stop that for now. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Sebastian. No, you have left you have left the audience with very many questions with regards to the different words we are using with regard whether it is regenerative agriculture, agroecology, climate smart agriculture. But well, it's something which we'll have a session where we can deliberate with the audience what works best. But in the interest of time, um, and to the panelists, I'll be starting from Professor Krigai. Maybe the first clarification you should at least give to us is with regards now specifically to Muranga County and some of the few things which can be borrowed from Muranga County and also be employed by the rest of the counties, because we are 57 counties in total. Only one county has developed an agroecological policy. So can you just give us a brief on what are some of the actions or lobbies which, first of all, prevented you from developing this policy? And at the same time, how did you beat this challenge and put the policy in place? And what is your advice to the rest of the county governments so that they can have such policies in place?
Yeah, thank you very much. The challenges in policy formulation in most of developing countries derives from the challenge of who is supporting the development of the policies. In many cases, our policies are generally inspired by projects and programs that we get to be supported by partners. And when a partner comes with some proposals on how they intend to help you, the possibilities of you changing any dimension of what they make proposals is a major challenge to you. And as they say, if you are the one who is on the receiving end, you are legally space to actually give a different opinion to what they say is thoroughly challenged. So it is for this reason that you find the national government will actually not have an agroecology policy, because that space is generally driven by very many actors. And the people who sell the inorganic fertilizers and pesticides, some of them that are being dumped on us, and it is a gift that you are supposed to take. Um, the the end result is the national government may not be in a position to actually create any policy or law that bans the business with such a country. So for that reason, it is not a surprise that we were the first to do that, because I come from academia myself, and I actually went to the county with a desire to actually integrate agroecological agriculture from the dimension of nutrition, because my center at the university is actually hosted at the Department of Food Science, Nutrition and Technology. So when I actually was going to the county, I was going because I needed a policy framework, and I knew it is very difficult because I was an advisor to the national government to actually make any changes from there. So it is easier to actually go to the basics and explore possibilities. So it is therefore possible to actually change when you are anchored in the right place. And luckily, I found people who had already started the work, the Biovision and the Pelam and all those other partners that had already done quite some work. And I like what is happening in Kisumu today. Much of what you have highlighted is actually driven by the work of practical action. So in a sense, what I'm trying to say, institutionally, we need to think about an enabling environment, yes, coming from the government, but you also need to have people who are themselves driving the agenda as a parallel initiative and complementing. David yesterday talked about the 13 principles of agroecology. And foremost, they are divided into two for your information. They are divided into those that look at the food systems and those that look at the agroecology subsystem. When you actually look at those, you will find that the ones that are food system driven address more of the co-creation. And the co-creation is actually what we are talking about here. In the agroecology subsystem, we are looking at the synergistic existence of all the actors. So, in a sense, what I'm trying to say is, if you look at all development initiatives, you will find that there is a direction towards looking at an organizational form that can help achieve some milestones or goals that are desired. So, when I went to the county, therefore, I had the privilege of finding that I had a journey I had started, and I was coming to realize it. I thought the only challenge I had is to go and create a policy. And I landed into a place where David had been before me and Sebastian. So I actually just integrated and therefore synergistically started driving an agenda. And it was only a launch, and we did it in March. Today, last week we had the Vihiga coming to our county to actually ask us how we did it. But there are critical issues that every county must address. Number one, if you look around, you won't see any other CECs here. And the reason? There was a meeting in Nairobi. When we go for meetings, we normally get something small, and it is more persuasive to actually go for that. Yeah. So if I had gone to Nairobi, I would actually be telling my bank to increase the size of my account. But here I am following David, and David, I know, will actually just tell me this was a very good discussion, and that ends there. I'm not saying that he's not a good man or generous one, but I'm trying to say that we have very serious issues that we actually have to think about and how we will actually get persuasion. At the national level, you are getting the interests of our benefactors who are other interests, corporates that support their governments and tell them, we are the multinationals that fund you to actually do work in those countries. So our agenda should be your agenda. That is the multinational talk. At the county level, we have programs that are funded by the same initiatives, and they also want to delay everything that we are doing. So for that reason, I would persuade us to actually use the thread that is working. And luckily, we have already started with an agroecology policy and act that is in place. So it is very easy to replicate that. So I would say that the reason why I feel that there is a lot of hope, and we have issues that addresses most of the things that have been raised as questions here, is because we have done it in Moranga. We have partners here, and anybody who is not actually a member of the movement that is creating the framework is invited, because you need a force parallel to the mainstream so that we can actually move slowly and clearly and push the envelope to the next level. I believe very strongly that we have an opportunity to actually make a change, and of course those interests are many, and now we have the bottom-up transformation agenda, better, driven by the government, so we can actually anchor on the grassroots, identify the synergies that are necessary, and we can drive there. This is not summarizing anything, because we have another session that I will actually be talking about. But I want to say that let us know that there isn't anything that has been raised here that cannot be addressed within an organized framework that we can all create together. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. That was very clear. And of course, one of the key things you have indicated that maybe you are the one of the CECs still around, but I hope the rest can, as we move forward. I know you always have forums where you always meet them. You can always encourage them to be part of this forum. And I know as you talk about multinationals, your docket was very key in distribution of subsidized inputs. I know it really affects how you even implement that. Moving forward to Professor George Mark, what do you think are the opportunity in academia? Because one of the key things which one of the youths alluded to is that, or one of the members alluded to is that we have a lot of research work which are just gathering dust on the shelves. How can you take them out for adoption? Because a key component of regenerative agriculture, even if you talk about multinational, is that we are looking at how we can commercialize some of the practices, approaches, but most of them we realize that we don't even have products. But with your in our academia work, what opportunities do you have to influence the national and the county government? Because I know you have only talked about Maseno influencing the region around Kisumu, but what else can we do to influence the rest of the region in terms of academia work and research?
Thank you. We'll probably need a week for this, but since we only have a few minutes, I'll try to summarize. As you very well know, when you're looking at regenerative agriculture, this is a multifaceted intervention. It's not a one kind of, I think yesterday guys were talking about silos and so on. And because it's multifaceted, it becomes quite complicated. And that complication is based on the fact that different institutions have their own interests, they have their own agenda, they have what they want. What Prof here is saying is that a development partner comes in agenda, they always have objectives, what they want to achieve. And their objectives and what they want to achieve might be in not in consonance with what the county or the national government wants to achieve. And that's just an example of some of the challenges that we have in this particular sector. But there are several opportunities both at the county level and at the national level in terms of creating change in this particular level. And for those of us who are at the university, the change starts with the students. Yesterday, I was happily surprised that the CEC was one of my students a long time ago. The CEC Agriculture in the Kisumu County was also one of my students. Had they changed their minds then, they would now be driving this agenda. And that's what I'm saying. It starts from the students we are teaching. How do we ensure that we impart knowledge and skills that would enable them become the drivers of this particular change when they go out there? And that's why I was giving the example of some of the projects we are doing in which the students are partnering with community members in terms of knowledge creation. They don't go out and extract information and come and write papers and graduate, but go through the process of creating that knowledge. They're able to share that particular knowledge. And as they're leaving, that knowledge is left with the persons who they are working with. That is basically the thrust of co-creation in terms of knowledge. But coming back to the thrust of your question, let's look at the county government. The county government has several opportunities, doesn't matter which county it is, in terms of managing the use of land, because that is a devolved function where the county governments can be able to engage in. How do they regulate and zone the use of lands that you can have areas that are specifically or predominantly defined as regenerative agricultural zones? That is something that the county governments have the powers to do. And that would then be a start in terms of driving this particular agenda. I think the youth have been talking about not having adequate access to resources and so on. And this gives an opportunity for county governments to provide incentives to drive this agenda. How do you provide incentives for the youth, women, and persons with disability to be drivers for this particular change? Because the youth have a lot of energy, they have a lot of ideas, but they basically don't have probably the resources and the support they need to be able to achieve this. When they do, they actually surprise you what they actually are able to achieve. And the county also has the capacity to provide education and extension services. I think yesterday we were told that there are opportunities in terms of extension service staff that are being recruited. But how do you recruit the extension service staff? Because you can actually bias your criteria for recruitment so that you have people who have experience and interest in regen agriculture. The county governments can also look at issues of conservation. How do they conserve certain areas so that we have what works? Because sometimes we keep on doing experiments in terms of regenerative agriculture. You try this, it doesn't work, and then you give up and move on. But if the county government drives the process, then working with the farmer markets and with proper direct marketing, you can be able to achieve this particular agenda. The national government, on the other hand, as you have heard, drives the concept, the policy environment. It's easy to have a policy at the national level and cascade it than having every county writing their own policy. You'll have different 47 policies that are absolutely not in harmony. And it's even more tricky when you have counties that neighbor each other and have policies that are not working in harmony. But if the national government drives that policy agenda, then it becomes easy to cascade it to the county government. You said I talked about Maseno. Maseno is just one of the about 67 public universities that we have in this country that do research and data collection. But each of them is doing it at their own level. There was a time when the Ministry of Education was trying to create a framework to guide the research policy environment. And this also provides an opportunity for that, because if we can be able to engage with the national government to drive this as one of the policy research agenda, then it's easy to then work with all the public universities that have the different researchers in this particular area. As I said, regenerative agriculture is multidisciplinary. So we can't say that our university doesn't have agriculture, therefore we don't engage in it. The system starts right from production. You're looking at transportation, you're looking at storage, you're looking at marketing, you're looking at the consumers, you're looking at the financiers. It's a whole system, and each of them plays its different role. And that role is best driven by government. We were discussing with a few colleagues yesterday at lunchtime, and you're saying that NGOs work because the government has failed. The government has a particular role and function to do and should not abdicate it to non-governmental organizations. And that includes providing financial incentives, providing regulations, providing trade and market access, providing interagency coordination, and providing funding for infrastructure. The government has a big role to play. And so if you're going to make this change, it has to be driven by the national government. We can't run away from that, because that has basically been the driver of development in this country. When we were much younger, agriculture was a very robust sector in this country. We had extension workers who would come to different farmers in different areas. We had educators, we had policies, and that worked because it was driven by government. When the government changed its policy some time back of not employing graduates from the schools of agriculture, then it just crashed, because the farmers were now expected to pay for those services that they've already paid through taxation. So they are taxed for that particular service, and then they pay directly to the service providers. So that was one area that I'd like to emphasize, that the national government is the main driver for this particular agenda, whether it's working through research institutions, providing service to the research institutions, working through partner agencies, but that becomes a drive. And because of the devolved government, the county governments also have their roles and responsibilities in this particular agenda to drive the policy environment, to drive the actualization and operationalization of the regenerative agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been told that we have 10 more minutes to wind up. Of course, there is one thing which is remaining, but I'll give you the last minute just to talk about it, is how can we incorporate our curriculums to have some of these regenerative agricultural practices, specific regenerative agriculture and agroecology. But I'll give you the last minute just to wind up. To Beryl, maybe the next 3 minutes, maybe what you can help us is with regards to how you convene sessions to influence policy. What do you think this conference can borrow so that we can also influence and build into our regenerative agricultural policies? And of course, as you do that, which partners can we really engage so that this can actually be actioned?
Thank you so much, Michael. Let me borrow or pick up some words that George Mark said in terms of having 47 different agroecological policies and not finding a place to anchor them at the national level. I have a bit of energy background, and right now Kenya is on the front line of doing county energy plans. And we will have 47 county energy plans. And so after so many conversations, I think the national government saw that it is very important to have a framework, because I will write my own plan in my own way, right? No structure, different structure. Kiambu does its own structure. Makueni does its own structure. And how do we coordinate and link all this? And what kind of data are we even looking at when you talk about these policies? So I agree with George Mark that first of all, we need the national government to drive this. As much as we want counties to do their own agroecological policies, there needs to be a structure and uniformity. Of course, the content will be very diverse because each county is very specific. But in terms of structure, so that there are things that you can quickly see from Makueni or Kiambu will be something that is of importance. What we have been thinking of is how do we, of course, engage the national government, and also alongside that also provide a platform for county government engagements, right? And so one, of course, will be the policy accelerator, but second is the FOLU platform. The Food and Land Use Coalition is a very and should be a very powerful tool for us to use. Right now, it has about almost 46 members, and these are very different actors. The ministry, actors in the space, for example, Kilimo Trust is there. We have Gain Agra, and we have other players that I might not remember all their names. But the intention of FOLU is to actually influence policy, lead to some of the revisions and amendments that we want, and also, if necessary, take policy action in terms of creating new policies or the structures that, Michael, you're asking for us to be able to actually move the action in terms of regenerative agriculture. I want also to say that as much as we always focus on the agricultural ecosystem space only, and that is usually the farmers, the market players, the producers, input suppliers, I feel like we need to still take that multi-sectoral approach that Winnie was bringing up yesterday. And why do I say that? In India, for example, the uptake of solar irrigation technologies is actually driven by the agricultural Ministry of Agriculture, and not even the energy Ministry of Energy. So what does that tell you? Who else are we leaving out of these discussions, right? In Uganda, for instance, they are running what they term as a micro-scale irrigation project, which is also designed to support smallholder farmers to access solar irrigation kits at subsidized cost. Then they're giving them up to 75% of subsidies for them to take up those technologies. And who's driving that? The Ministry of Agriculture. And as we sit here and think of how good we will produce our products, very good organic products, we've not thought about when it's scaled up, as we are talking about commercialization. What do we do? Think about cold storage, right? Or other processes, agro-processing, value addition, and who needs to be in the room in terms of such kind of technologies. You find then that we need a broader audience than just ourselves, because these are very essential inputs into the services that we are talking about. So it's just not production; it's also about who else need to feed into this process. And I bring about those technologies, for instance, because if you think about what the government is doing right now, I think they have reimposed some of the taxes on solar technologies, for instance. So it means the cost of solar irrigation goes up. It means if you're running a solar-based technology, it will go up. Or if it's just cold storage, it will still go up. So then those conversations also need to happen so that we have the right people also to know that even the other support services are covered, and it's just not about us and our inputs. And the last thing that I will talk about is knowledge sharing. Most organizations, and we are also victims, we like to keep to ourselves all the good lessons and learnings. I think moving forward, it is good that we co-create and co-design some of these programs. I'm sure Trail is doing this. I'm sure SNV might be doing something similar to this. I'm sure someone else is doing something similar to this. And if I give you an example of the energy, is we have PRIO, still IKEA funded. We have Energy for Development within WRI, and IKEA funded. We have Acumen, ACF, and all these people are talking about productive use of energy, and they're financing and providing technical assistance to different players. How about if we shared the lessons we had and asked ourselves, what are our strengths as organization? WRI, for instance, is very strong in research. Is that a component that practical action would want to embed in its work? And they drive something else? Or are we better advocates for policy so that we actually run with that? But I think as we move forward, we may need to rethink in how we develop and design our programs for effective implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. Sebastian, in 2 minutes. What should you think the policymakers should prioritize to ensure that there is an enabling environment for adoption of regenerative agricultural technologies? Just in 2 minutes so that you can summarize.
Okay, thank you so much. A lot has been said about sharing some of the good practices, and quite often we don't, even for many of us who are in this space. And it's really interesting to find out why a lot of agricultural innovations don't spread like fire. When some of the things that are mentioned, they spread everywhere, either because they are said by certain people, but very good practices that we have are never mentioned. Now, one of the things, and I hope this brings together people in the education sector, the research, is the need really to have young people right from the beginning get to know about our food systems. In any case, why should English be compulsory when learning about food systems is not? I would rather be full in the stomach and fail to speak good English. Now, when I began a school called Maruge School, I thought of doing something different. And I'm hoping that we will be able to bring our children into some of the practical things that they really need to know. And if food is a challenge to all of us, then it is a high time that because we are having less and less farmers, and 70% of our young people are not necessarily into agriculture, maybe the future of our food systems are the children, but they must be able to learn this. Other things like we're saying is, for example, the field extension staff that we have, are they really knowledgeable about agroecology? Has our education system changed to incorporate these things? Or are we stuck with the old curriculum that speaks of something different? So that we are able to move into speed with what is really happening to us now. Thank you.
Thank you, the team members. I do initially indicated that I'll give Professor Jidimak 1 minute on incorporation of regenerative agriculture to the current curriculum and how it can now go into the system so that it can be trained. I know those are some of the few things Sebastian is trying to link. That 1 minute, then maybe one question from the floor, then we close.
Yes. I'm looking at my watch. I'll do 1 minute. Basically, what we do is we revise our curriculum every 4 years. And the process of revision of curriculum is based on feedback from the stakeholders. We do an assessment of what the stakeholders tell us in terms of what we are providing, how that particular training is relevant to the market, and then we revise. And that's how I was saying that some of the projects we are doing, we actually get direct feedback from the stakeholders. When the project ends, we are able to review their curriculum. So right now we are reviewing curriculum in 4 schools at the university based on the feedback we are getting in terms of regenerative agriculture. I think that's my 1 minute.
Thanks for making it short. Maybe one question to the panelists from the floor. A very burning question.
Yes, sir.
For me, thank you very much, moderator and panelists, for the great job you've done. I just want to underscore one point that has been raised, which I feel will be very good. And Professor Mark has actually done it very well. And our professor also here has provided an experience. Honestly, having 47 agroecology strategies that are independently prepared will really not help us appreciate how we can formalize, institutionalize agroecology and its attendant practices, and particularly regenerative agriculture. So I want to really underscore the point and request ISFA, the Intersectoral Forum on Agroecology and Agrobiodiversity, to speed up the National Agroecology Strategy, which can actually help us have that framework that can now be adopted and make it easier to develop county strategies. And the Murana case would be a very important one to really inform how this can be done and to make it shorter for other counties. They know how long it took, they know the challenges that they went through, and could actually inform what would be a national mechanism, and then that can be adapted to help now deal with context-specific county strategies. Thank you very much.
Yes, Madibo. There were just two. So it just be prudent if you just finalize, then we close.
I'm Dr. George Barakotieno from the Department of Agriculture, Chief Officer, Department of Agriculture, Livestock Fisheries, County Government of Kakamega. And I've got two issues that I would like to raise here. The first is regarding some very weak link between our county extension staff and a lot of these technologies we are talking about here. And I think one of the reasons why some of these things do not pick up is because we introduce them at such gatherings, but then the implementing organizations, I don't know whether it is an oversight or it is something that has not been deliberately thought through. That when you're rolling out these technologies, I pray that with the devolution in Kenya, for example, the extension agents, right now counties have devolved extension to the ward level. So we have got at the ward level extension staff. But all these things we talk about here, they hardly reach these staff. And if they reach them, they get them through one-day workshops and with the teams coming from, say, practical action, going to the field to implement an activity, and that is it. Yesterday, we were having a meeting with the executive about extension service delivery. And we were realizing that today, if you randomly picked extension staff from the field and pinned them to explain to you what climate smart agriculture is, very few of them would be able to interpret it. Similarly, we're talking about regenerative agriculture today. Next year, we'll be having another term. We've been having value chain approach in production. Then suddenly now we are having food systems. Before even the extension agents grasp what this value chain approach is all about. So I think it's important that as promoters of all these we are talking about, let us make sure that we put these extension agents at the center of it. Because one of the challenges with the government and public service, there's usually a challenge with the budget for continuous education of these extension agents. So probably we have to rely on partners like you to educate our extension staff on all these things we are talking about here, such that by the time you are exiting, they really understand what you are talking about. But you see, what we are having currently is that before even an idea or an approach is grounded with the extension staff, we're introducing something new, which they even don't have that opportunity to interrogate properly and understand, so that as they roll it out, they understand what they're talking about. So maybe one of the takeaways at the end of the conference, let us think about how, when we are rolling out these activities, can we dedicate, say, 2-3 days with the extension staff so that they understand what we are talking about. Secondly, again, the frequency with which I think, Sebastian, you talked about so many terminologies we've been using in the past. Prof, we are talking about curriculum development. All these things we are talking about, it means that our curriculum development, then, we either have to retain all these approaches we are talking about so that we are able to follow through. And until we do that, then you always will be having a new idea coming up, students reading about something about vermiculture, but because you removed permaculture in your curriculum, they will not understand where this vermiculture, for example, came from. So I think it's important that we have a better way of introducing these new approaches. When they are too frequent, then even the farmers we are targeting will not get to experience what they are. Thank you.
Yes, thanks a lot for that. In the interest of time, I know there's also another session where we are going to deliberate about policy within the group. We can always pick up on those deliberation points as we are going to meet individually within the groups and actually make action point to the same. I do thank the panelists. I do thank the panelists for the great work. And as we go to our seats, yes, Professor, you can close for us.
Yes, because the issue of extension and policy engagement and all those issues that have been raised by my colleague from the county, the governments and extension systems have a lot that can be borrowed from the model that was presented here by the entrepreneur who is actually mentoring others. And the only challenge that we have in that model is he is alone. From an organizational dimension, when you come to the county, what we are having is what I actually presented, what was presented in the short video that was actually shown. Can we have farm hubs that are hosting multiple people learning from projects like this? And they are the ones offering extension services and mentoring others from within a center whose ownership is the farmers, not necessarily the government. We do not want extension to come back to the national government or the county government because the challenge of funding is known. And if there is anything that is going to be guillotined from anything, it is extension money. So the best thing we can do is pan-market systems be integrated into the extension model, and we will be aligned to the food pharmacies and the farm hubs that I presented there. I will be keen to actually explore more that with the counties, and I'll be delighted to actually host a workshop where we can actually take that one forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Michael. Round of applause to the panelists. One professor, when you have that workshop, of course, you know who the MC is. So this is a hotbed of wisdom, of what Sebastian called good English. And indeed, there is good English. But also, what I can admit, let me confess that I'm really, really learning a lot. I'm getting educated, getting informed. And I'm sure after all this, I'll be speaking like you guys. Indeed, as I've started. So I'm getting really educated, informed, and all that. So we shall still continue with the conversations, and also allow me to recognize Beryl. She was the only lady in that panel, and there's some stuff that I've picked up. So Beryl, I would love to have a conversation with you. I'm actually thinking I was putting on my journalistic tape, so I would have come out of this place with so many stories. But also, just from my perspective, there is need for at least just having one or two of us in such discussions so that then what we're discussing here can also be magnified and amplified through the communication platforms that we have in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take some 15 minutes, 20 minutes. I know the exhibitors have asked that we interact more with them, and which is important because they are also part of what we are discussing. They are part of the success stories that have been shared, one in the video and also yesterday. So 15 minutes, and then we come back for some breakout sessions around policy, youth, markets, and knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your milk, coffee, and all that, including water. Thank you. Be able to really sustain this narrative, but also embed it with other aspects of this one discussion that we're having. It was talking about separators, co-creation with policymakers on solutions that are required. There was also some bit around semantics, the metamorphoses of all this that we're discussing about, from organic farming, and all that. There was also some instance around that this is a multifaceted intervention because of the different interests, objectives, and also agenda, which sometimes may not be in consonance with what the government really wants to achieve. All this talk. So we now are getting into a session where we want in different groups to really hammer this point home and really be able to concretize all this discussion that we've been having around systemic change. How can we be able to? And without further ado, I want to invite a gentleman who was here yesterday to really take us through this particular session and guide this session. And we'll start by setting scene. Of course, we'll listen to Susan Miner, the country director, Practical Action Kenya. We'll set the scene, and then, of course, we now move into the breakout sessions and really be able to do this discussions together and be able to then, this will fit into the last session, which will be around the call to action. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome John Shuttleworth. It's not the way, it's not the way to pronounce it. Snowbird, very. John is an agriculture marketing lead, practical action Newton. Hola, John. Unala hiyo industry. Finance, tarifas. Okay. My name. So, can you also have me check on Barbara? And again, check Barbara. Thank you. No excuse for that. So this is the last kind of discussion session of continents. And in many ways, it's probably the most important session. It's a session in which we're looking back, but we're also going to be looking forward, and that's why probably related. So looking back to everything that everything relates. And I'm going to ask the question, what does systemic change that supports regenerative agriculture on a large scale, what does that actually look like? In practice, what does that look like? How do you know that is actually in place? Looking forward, we're going to be asking a question, in order to achieve that, what can organisations in this room do? What can they do individually? And what can they do collectively in collaboration? It's interesting, in virtually every session, not probably in every session, the importance of collaboration is emphasized. We've heard people use the word collaboration, coordination, partnership, co-creation. It's all the same thing, but it's clearly a fundamental thing. So you're going to be working in groups, generating ideas on these issues. And those ideas are going to go into a call to action which is going to be developed in the lunch period.
And Tim was going to give a quick description of what the call to action is going to look like on its purpose, but I don't actually see it here. But basically, the call to action is a statement that we released publicly, which will announce what it is we discussed, what we learned, and the key conclusions coming out of this meeting. And it will be sent out and hopefully be seen by other agencies, by government, and it can be used to kick off further discussions with other organisations. So that's our destination, if you like. So how are we going to get there? Well, first of all, we're going to hear from Susan. Susan's going to give a little presentation explaining what you mean by systemic change in terms of regenerative. So that's going to give you some ideas and some framing that you can then take into your group work. We're then going to fire into groups, and each group is going to look at one of the specific themes of the conference so far. So those themes were youth, markets, knowledge systems, and policy. So in those groups, you'll be supported by two grant facilitators. You can go into whichever group you want, and I'll explain how the groups will work after Susan's presentation. But then after the groups, we'll come back and we'll hear back from you. And all the discussion will be recorded and that will be handed over to Tim's team who are going to work on the call to action. And Tim's actually here. Tim, do you want to say a few words about what the call to action will do and its purpose?
Thank you very much, John. And before Susan comes up, I think this is a very interesting discussion, especially looking at the system change. And we've had a lot of conversations since yesterday. We've looked at the different aspects of how we can scale up regenerative agriculture. I mean, we talked about youth in regenerative agriculture. We talked about politics today in the morning. We talked about markets yesterday. We've more collaborations even from yesterday. But at the end of this session or this conference, we need to have a call to action. I'm sure some of you attended a conference last week, and I hear the resolutions were made even before the conference. Yeah? But in this conference, we are going to actually develop the call to action from all the discussions that we've had here. I mean, there are things that are going on. We are not going to reinvent, we are just going to strengthen them. We're just going to concretize the different direction of travel and just put them into one so that we agree as a team. This is the call to action going to influence given others who are not here. Now, what is a call to action? I checked out, and because I got in charge, one of the things I saw is an exhortation or a stimulus to do something in order to achieve an aim. At the same time, to deal with a problem at hand. Now, the elephant, is how do we take the technologies and the discussions and the conversations to scale. The lessons learned, trail project, and what we've had from other interns who are here, and the discussion that we've had. So we'll break out into groups that John has actually mentioned, and the key highlights from each country will be brought to our call to action. And then from there, we are going to prioritize post-regenerative agriculture to transform the food systems in wildlife. So, for example, do you want a community of practice? Excuse me. Do you want a community of practice to set up? Do we want to form bold collaboration amongst partners who are here, and especially the county governments from this region? I know you already have your economic block plan, regenerative agriculture, but of the conversations in the economic zone. At the same time, we need to come up with condensed briefs or statements, bold statements that we're going to put out to influence the others in the first 3 days where we're here in city and going out there. These are the informations for the declaration that we found out is meeting. I know the focus will be on policy. There's a group on policy. There's another one on markets. There's another one on youth. interestingly, a lot has come out also on the way we need to share the researches that we've done amongst partners, amongst institutions, and even amongst the different contexts that are in. So that is what we are going to be looking for. So as you break out into your groups, yes, let's have goal statements even coming from this discussion. That's what we are looking at. And I hope we're going to have full discussions in the small groups. And then come back here and declare those tasks in the whole lunch. And of course, you're also going to have as a commitment ceremony, a very small commitment ceremony where everyone will just put ink to paper, trace all the things, and all them. Thank you very much. So that is right. I agree with that. So Susan.
Thank you, Tim. So this is not going to be a lecture. So I will take a very few minutes to take us through what we really mean by saying we want to systemic change, and specifically to our topic, regenerative agriculture. So since yesterday, everybody was coming to panel conversations here. The conversations we are hearing from the audience, we are all agreeing that we need to do things that are sustainable, right? And so we need to do things that are affecting or impacting huge numbers of farmers just in the systems that we are working in. But we need to get value in years of engaging with farmers through the systems. And so systemic change. So a lot of you may have had conversations or even interacted with the market systems development approach. Because this is what the approach that we use to drive systemic change, right? So market systems development, or MSD, okay, uses knowledge, right? Uses knowledge to understand the target groups or how the target groups, and in this case, the farmers, for example, how they are interacting with the markets, okay, the market systems. And so in this case, we are how are the youth, in the case of trade, interacting with the regenerative agriculture market, okay? And we use that knowledge so that then we can make the system, the regenerative agriculture market work better for the youth. They get a better deal from the market because often in the market, there are certain things that are making it difficult for the youth to know about regenerative agriculture, or that would be concerned with promotion of regenerative agriculture processes, products. To get this information today, there are certain barriers. Okay, so we use knowledge using various tools to understand why is there a disconnect. Okay, and how can we make it better in a sustainable way through facilitation or responsibilities. Okay, so that the actors can gel and come back together, work better together, so that we can cause systemic change. Okay. So systems. Okay. So in a nutshell, this is something that people in the MSG community use, right, to better understand. So we call it the donuts. You all know the donuts, right? So donuts basically helps us to visualize and understand that core of the regenerative. So assume today we are talking about the indigenous vegetation. Let's not assume because trade is already doing it, right? In collection, we have identified through the process, the diagnostic, market analysis process, that regenerative, that indigenous vegetables were an important value chain for the okay. When we are taking a step back and saying, but we also don't want to do business as usual in our regenerative agriculture promotion. Okay? So in growing vegetables or in supporting the youth to get into the indigenous vegetable markets in order to get income, we do this as business as usual because people are growing vegetables, indigenous vegetables all over. Right? But trade has said We want things to be done different for various reasons that we've been talking about since yesterday, right? So then we are applying regenerative agriculture practices. Now, before that, we must be able, or in order for us to then come up with, interventions that will reach to our goal, which is, income generation, decent incomes for the youth, then we must understand this regenerative market. What are the rules in this market? So in that donut, then we shall have at the heart of it. There we have we have tomatoes. Okay. And then we are saying they are not to this or to link the suppliers and the demand, the farmers and the markets. The growth of these vegetables, the markets are interacting with the farm. We need an integration of regenerative agriculture. Okay. So then we want to understand what are the risks, so how much of regenerative agriculture do these producers know? Where are they getting this information from? Okay. There are institutions like Maseno and Igeto providing farmers with this information. If they are not, why not? Okay, and that is where we begin to extract what we then call interventions for our action, right? And so, in practical action, as we did our analysis of regenerative agriculture in relation to development of the indigenous vegetables market, the one thing that is very, very important for us is also to understand the target group better in terms of, yes, so here's the market. These are some of the global challenges facing, whether they are the smallholder farmers in general or the youth, they are global problems. But then we narrow that down because our target group is the youth, right? And then we also, in that, after understanding what the challenges the youth face, then we go down to the gender question, because we gender issues, promoting gender and making sure that women in particular are not left behind. Okay. And so in analyzing that, if we want to drive the agenda for regenerative agriculture, there are certain components, there are certain things we are asking farmers to invest in, for example. Okay. And so just like we had yesterday, there is space for organic fertilizer. And one of the things that the project team has been doing is then looking at ways of channeling organic fertilizer to the youth farmers. Okay. But then there is a question, a deeper question, the accessibility, the affordability. And so for us, we've been very, very keen to look at and extracting that particular group, the women, and looking at the challenges that they face, right? In order for them not to participate in the market. And we turn those challenges into opportunities, and the opportunity around finance, for example, has been around the youth savings and loan youth savings. YSLs. And so the YSLs have been very, very powerful, very, very impactful in enabling women in particular access finance that they need to do their day-to-day businesses. Another example is that with our regenerative agriculture work, and again going back to the access to inputs, is so regenerative agriculture is saying let's look at organic fertilizers, and so in markets, yeah. So let me just go back to a little bit and say, so what is systemic change? What do we want to change in regenerative agriculture? We want to change the way in which the youth or the smallholder farmers are interacting with that particular market. We want to understand and then make clear structural changes around policy. Okay. We want to make clear around how they are missing inputs and understand what are the challenges. We want to make sure that there are channels for them to access information. Okay. And so when we talk about systemic change in this case, then we are saying we are looking at scale. We are looking at impactful. We are looking at large scale impact, and we are looking at sustainable impact. Okay. And therefore, if I take an example of knowledge, Yeah. As we begin to refine within the trend program, for example, what is regenerative change to the indigenous vegetables? Because remember, we are looking at effecting systemic change or changes in the market as a whole, we must really be able to define what is the problem, what is this solution that we are looking, right? And so the activities needed around regenerative agriculture components for poultry, for example, as one of the value chains, is perhaps quite different from the work and interventions needed for people in the farms that with cultivation of indigenous vegetables. Okay, and so once we are very clear what it is we want to do, what trade has done, for example, in this case, is looked at the practices. Okay, so it's not tangible in terms of when looking at the people in the market who are supposed to generate knowledge and then disseminate this knowledge. This is the work of trail. Then the question would be, who will be the owners of this, knowledge pieces? Yeah. And in that, the project has been very innovative in, coming up with ecological champions, for example. And what the project is then looking at now is ways of scaling that, engaging with government, have more ecological champions in the villages who are spreading the word. Yeah. So whether we're thinking about mulching, it's not specific commercial market around mulching, it is practice. Yeah. So how do we make sure that farmers understand and they get to understand the value of mulching? We have an interesting one around inputs, the organic inputs, for example. And so what Trail has done around that is looked at the disconnect, in the market. The organic fertilizer is expensive, and therefore it becomes difficult to convince the youth to shift into this. And so the work needed there, in order to bring the youth and this organic market together, is a lot of information and benefits and value education around why they then need to use organic fertilizer. But it's not enough, because as a farmer, I'll still be asking you why. Because especially now when I take my product to the market, it's rare that I'll be able to market my tomatoes as those. They are more expensive because I used organic fertilizer. It's still a market that we need to explore more and see, how we can make it into a bigger market. And because Trail is then working in that particular space where the market, as we look at our donor, the market there for organic fertilizer is a disconnect. It's not available in abundance in the market. It is expensive, and farmers don't know about it. So Trail has worked at looking at the various structures, various functions that are needed to come to play in order to enable organic fertilizer be available in the markets that they use. In tandem with various actors to educate them and educate them to see the value of using organic fertilizer. And so what Trail then, changing the structure means that the way in which this fertilizer has been placed in the stores, it's probably not reaching the last month. Yeah. And so one of the things that the project has worked on is engaging with the commercial actors, the private sector. And one of this then pulls together a range of rural stockists. Okay, and I know one of them is here, agro dealers, and builds a pool of agro dealers who are now seeing the value, because through the organic fertilizer company, the dealer, they're educating farmers. When the farmers are responding in a way that the company and the agro dealers are seeing demand, and this is giving them motivation to stock more of this. Okay, so in terms of distribution, then we see that beginning to take very shape. So in terms of systemic change, one of the key things you want to look out for is, if Trail exited the market today, right, is the fertilizer company and the dealer networks going to continue, selling this fertilizer to the last mile, promoting and educating farmers as they're doing now, because they are seeing commercial benefit for them, right? They are seeing more and more farmers getting attracted to this education, getting more attracted to these products, and seeing value for these products. But now, certain things also, things begin to happen, because recently there is the emergence of other companies wanting to come into this space, yeah. And so we see a crowding in this space of martial arts because it's competition, yeah. So we see them beginning to want to come in and compete with this particular company that the project started with. And so that for us is a very good sign that systemic change is beginning to happen. And what is left with the team now is to see how to encourage more confidence, how private sectors, basically telling them that there is an offer here. There are farmers who are incentivized, arranging sessions where they can, educate farmers more, and then having the companies take that on their own and then really owning get farmers about use of appropriate inputs. So if they have to use synthetic fertilizer, can they make sure at least they are testing their soils, right? Even as we transition to organic fertilizer, at minimum, can they make sure that they're using fertilizer that is appropriate for their soils? Making it worse for the soil conditions. And so systemic change is about altering functions and structures so that they function better for the target group. It is not about product. So it's not really about organic fertilizer and the wider system and asking ourselves tough questions around why are these companies not going into these markets, right? And selling this fertilizer. Why are farmers not demanding these fertilizers? Is it a knowledge and question? And how do we make sure that then they have this knowledge in a very scalable way by the companies, but also making sure that the companies themselves at a wider scale are seeing the sense to go into these markets and begin to invest in it. So based on the goals of our sustainability agenda and scale of impact, then we're basically saying that we need to be recognizing and assessing systemic change at different levels. So some of the things that we'll be looking at is that, is the demand side responding well to organic fertilizer market, for example? Are they responding well in terms of understanding its value? Okay. So seeing the need, to go out there, is it making commercial sense for them? Is there ownership and investments taking place by the relevant players in that system? And are we seeing a change in behavior that the companies themselves are getting incentivized to educate farmers more in order for farmers to buy more? What other functions in the market are working to support these purchases? As I mentioned earlier, from our analysis, we identified that even if we created space for organic fertilizer to be available in the market, there are all these other sub-functions around financial services access. And so our YSLs then are coming to support the youth farmers so that when they see value of engaging in a leaders market, there is also access to finance. And so the financial services providers at the village level are responding to the needs of the market in a sustainable way because they are making their money. So yes, we are increasing impact over time. So we use different monitoring and evaluation systems to then assess and see how much this change is taking in terms of the numbers of people that are being impacted by the changes that are happening in the market. And so changes in other supporting functions and rules also stabilizing or becoming even better. And so one of the things that was said yesterday again is that let's not wait for policies. And I think I just heard here that it might even be more complicated because of the political economy around the multinationals and their interests. Yeah. So it might take a long time. And so as for that policy, because when it does come, then it is going to be a big win for the regenerative agriculture conversation and market as a system. But when we start, creating these, markets around the bio inputs and making sure that the private sector is talking to the markets, there is an enabling environment because right now we don't have a policy issue around organic fertilizer. So the question is, why is there still a gap in the market? So it's knowledge, it's connections, it's linkages that are needed for the private sector to thrive. But should there be issues, for example, with soldier, right? The question would be, should we need an intervention from government? Should we then start the process of, creating structures for a policy that enables commercialization or better commercialization of sort of technology? And so systemic change then will take shape in that way that we cause certain things to happen in the market that we keep tracking, but those things is not necessarily about a product being delivered, because we've seen in areas many projects in the past, probably now, where projects are delivered to the target, to farmers. Okay. And then immediately it's very short term, okay? And farmers go back to their old practices, okay? So then we're looking at sustainability by saying it is about creating structures that work. It is about addressing the conversations of the rules, both informal and informal, that support the transaction that is happening between the supply and the demand side. Okay, so I probably have given an example of what trade has started to do around organic fertilizer market and the signs that we are beginning to see of systemic change. But I also want to give an example of a systemic change that happened, and we continue to see the benefits today around the seed sector in Kenya. And so about 10 years ago, Kenyans or smallholder farmers were experiencing up to 40%, sometimes even more than 50% losses because of pests. Okay. And that was a big problem. And so there was a big intervention around creating a system hinged on policy for sale of seeds in Kenya. Okay. And so what the private sector, working with farmers, working with these guys Kefis, yes, working with Kefis. Then there was a development of what we call seed sticker labels, right? And so basically what that did is it enabled smallholder farmers to buy, so any seed that is 2 kgs and below must have that as a policy, must have that sticker label, because that is the market for our smallholder farmers, right? And this was especially targeted on maize, although it then impacted the whole of the commercial seeds being available in the markets. And so what basically that meant is, the biggest change was that there was a policy that changed the way seeds were being delivered or sold in the market, distributed in the market of smallholder farmers. Okay, farmers as a whole. And so farmers get a verification that this is a genuine packet of seed. They go on and plant. And even when a farmer experienced challenges, there was a system that enabled them to send feedback on the performance of their seed. And then there was an intervention and feedback to the farmer. Continue today, managed by Kefis, right? Paid for by the private sector. And the private sector is paying for it because they were losing money. Okay. And so change, basically in terms of the impact to the farmers, is it reversed the losses that maize farmers especially were experiencing. Okay. So God want to give that as an example of how you call systemic change. It is by addressing structural barriers that times, if you go deeper, are difficult to understand. But in making decisions on the changes you want to see in a map, you must be very, very clear about who your target group is. You must be very clear about the challenges that they are facing. Then you must be very clear about the interventions that you want to put in place in order for that change and that impact to happen. Yeah, so I think, and I hope that I've provided some bit of clarity on why it is that systemic change is important, how we go about creating systemic change. And perhaps my parting shot is, it doesn't happen overnight. And it can be very, 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 very frustrating sometimes. The reason we come together to learn, share knowledge, share experiences and learning is because we give each other knowledge, we give each other learning about what to do. The conversations we just had, I think I had something very powerful from the government representative saying, you're developing curriculums, right? I think we need to do more in terms of engaging government to guide us on how they should be done. So instead of spending 2 years trying to develop curriculum that the government doesn't understand, we probably should, with a conversation with the government, help them understand what is this regenerative agriculture, why is it important, why do we need to introduce this new curriculum. So by the time we projects are putting this on the table, then it's very clear to the government and the stakeholders why that particular policy is being implemented. So it takes time, but it is rewarding. Okay, so thank you very much to you, John.
A lot there. One of my takeaway, my big takeaway was that system training isn't about studying. Sorry, I'm take that over. A lot there. One of my big takeaways was that system training isn't about one thing. It's about multiple changes at different levels that then reinforce themselves. It's about changing structures, but it's also about changing mindsets, moving access to knowledge, and it's something that involves everyone. It involves high standard, and it involves civil society. So going back to the whole collaboration, that's why it is. Can we have a slide, please, for groups? Okay, so we're going to practice now a form of democracy called vote with your feet. So quite literally, what that means is you're going to get up and you're going to walk to the group that you want to, the group discussion you want to participate in. So you'll see the groups on the slide, and you can choose your group based on the theme, based on the theme, or by the choice of group, or even by the choice of facilitators. So the facilitators, if we get lots of people going into one specific group, you might be encouraged to go to another one. As you'll see, there's potentially 2 groups for each theme, so we should have enough for everybody. And in the groups, facilitators will explain questions to you, and they'll guide you through a discussion. You'll have 45 minutes to consider the questions. Now, I'd encourage you to please try to make sure everyone has a chance to speak. Try not to dominate conversations. Everyone's opinion is equally worthwhile in the meetings, in the discussion. As I said, we're going to record discussion. You're going to come back, and we're going to get some feedback from each of the groups. And the recorded notes are going to go to the team doing together. Okay, so I hope you've got an idea of which group you want to go to. The alcoves are the 3 spaces immediately outside here. And there are 2 groups in this hall, so I suggest you have one at either end so you don't disturb each other. The 3 rooms are the 3 rooms we have downstairs. Okay, so can I suggest you get up? Get up. Decide which room you want to go to. And can I ask the facilitators in the alcoves to go and stand in the alcoves so people know which alcove? So please just head on to your particular group. There's some microphones in the group. I think we've lost a person. Okay, well, but while that's happening, can we find the other youth group? Jim and Naman, who's talking from your group? Collins. Collins, stand up. Where are you? Okay, this is a good start. Okay, maybe we'll go to a different group. Do we have a knowledge group here? Okay, Chris, who's speaking from your group?
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't need the flip charts. What we just do, I just need. Can you take a microphone? Can you just take a microphone? Okay, but we don't want to take the flip charts because it will take too long. We just want some headlines. Okay. Sorry. Yes. Well, we're trying to do it quick, really quick, just put a point on each question. So I'm not going through the whole. Okay, we want it to be punchy and quick, okay? So are you a youth group? That is a mic. Yeah, where's the microphone? Where's the microphone? So you're a youth, yeah? Okay, so we don't want to hear everything because we're going to take your notes. We're going to take your notes, but can you give us your 2 headlines in relation to the first question about systemic change? Can you give us 2 headlines from that, please? 2 headlines from the first question. Just the first question, not the second question. Okay. Just 2 headlines. No, we just want two headlines. Hello. Hello, students.
Okay, I'm going to present on behalf of Group 3. My name is Colin Sonyango. The first question we had was that what attitude needs to be shifted so that young people needs to benefit? So we had a number of writings that we had in terms of shifting of attitudes. Then I can, because I've been limited mentioning only 2. The first 2 was impatience among the young people. Then the second one was young people believing in white collar jobs. So impatience here, we say that young people really want some quick fix things or things that will really take short period of time, then they get money. And on the white collar jobs, they prefer office or rather some nice decent jobs over agricultural activities. Yeah.
Okay, because you're so quick, could you give us another one?
There's always some bit of punishment in schools, which I want to believe those who studied in African countries at some point were culprits of the same, whereby if you've committed any offense in school, then you are to be punished by being given some agriculture-related jobs, like go and uproot some tree somewhere, you go and weed some flowers within the school compound, or you go and sludge some school field somewhere. So that one, it's an activity or an engagement that made young people to look into agriculture or those agricultural practices with a negative perception.
Thank you. So agriculture as punishment. Thank you. Okay, so the other youth group, can you add to that? So if you had something similar, don't repeat it. But are there some other points that came out of your discussion? And can I suggest that rather than bring that flip chart up, you just talk. So if someone gives you the microphone.
No, we maybe come up with the question again.
We just want 2 points in response that you've identified that are answers to question 1.
On this topic or a different one?
Oh, your question 1, the discussion you've just had.
Oh, okay.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Caleb Nyamanga, and I'm a youth. So the question that we were talking about on question 1 was the systemic changes that are needed to enable the young people participate in regenerative agriculture. I will just highlight 2 points and summarize. So the first systemic change that we need is the enabling environment. On enabling environment, we can talk of issues of finance and land. On the finance, we can have like the financial houses or the financial banks can have a standard financing models that can enable the youths to be much attracted to the regenerative agriculture. On the issue of land, we need to develop a land lease guideline that can accommodate all parties. Nowadays, we don't have a guideline to help us in the land lease or anything that a youth can do. So we need to develop the guidelines and have all people like the local administration, the family, and also the spouses of the people who are renting out the land. The other one is on the attitude. We need to have a society, like in agriculture, we said, let's get it from the bottom. We need to develop the attitude from the bottom, right from the young age and also from the schools. So if we develop that, I think it can be developed in several factors. And in number one, we can have the sector awards, the agricultural sector awards. In Kenya, we don't have those awards in Kenya. So we can develop a plan and have those awards capture the youths who are much in agriculture and doing constructive things in agriculture. And the last thing is pose a question to the panel. Like, should we have agriculture to be made a compulsory subject in our schools? That's a question that we should have a discussion on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So not surprisingly, from the youth group, lots of stuff coming out about attitudes, also land and finance. So can we move on to one of the other groups now? Can we move on to one of the knowledge groups? And again, can we have quick bullets? Okay, you can bring it up, but we're trying to go through this smartly and snappily. So all of your points will be taken by the group writing the call to action, but we're just trying to move through this quickly.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Titus Omengo. I work with the county government of Kakamega, Department of Agriculture. I was dealing with our group was dealing with knowledge. And the first point was that in all our discussion, knowledge is the main thing. I'm sure youth, the team that was handling youth, markets, knowledge is the underlying factor. The question number one was on the issue of how can knowledge dissemination be embedded. The first thing was that we agreed that every organization should contribute or share their knowledge in areas of their expertise, as you realize that everybody is coming on board with a wealth of information and knowledge. Secondly, we agreed that we need to have a friendly document, simplified document that everyone is able to understand, so that details, whatever we're talking about, let there be a simplified document that cuts across all the players or all the actors, so that it is easier to know from any area what we are really talking about RA. Also, a matter of disseminating this knowledge, having demonstration farms was noted, and also we realized that we need to have community-owned resource persons to reach to the community at the grassroots levels. And this community-owned resource person has been baptized using many names, where some areas they are called mentors, they are called resource persons. But because of the end user, we gave it a group that community-owned resource persons. Then we realize that again, peer-to-peer mentorship is very important. Then use of local language for farmers to understand, so that I'm sure to tell a farmer regenerative agriculture, you need to put it in your own local language, so that it is able to be grasped. Then agriculture, we should push over the agriculture to start in schools as a compulsory subject. It is debatable, but we can start it by pushing slowly, so that it is there. And then use of other communication modes like videos, arts, and as a means of reaching out to the community. And then
let's stop it there, because that's quite a long 2 points.
But can I ask a question as well? So some of the things you identified there, like community resource people, demo farms, etc., they're kind of activities. So did you have a discussion about what sort of organisations are responsible for delivering those sort of activities?
Okay. Yeah, we noted that it's currently a policy throughout the country of body which is called CASCOM, County Agriculture Steering Committee, which brings all the partners together in the agriculture sector. They meet frequently. So through that body, this information is able to be disseminated.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Can we move on to the next group now? We'll take your list. Don't worry. So we
okay. And then we noted that.
No, we're moving on now. I'm sorry. I've got to cut you off. Can we move to the next knowledge group, please? Are you talking from there, or are you going to come up?
Okay.
I should say we should give prizes for people who are really punchy.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay, great. So Sarah Begg from Practical Action representing the knowledge group. So we were talking about the need, and I'll try not to say the similar things as the previous group. So some other things to cover, we were talking a lot about the accessibility of knowledge. So how do we make sure that knowledge is in a form that farmers can use and can action and put into practice, but also that takes the research outcomes from academia in a way which is friendly and that can be actually applied. We talked also around fixing the broken extension service. So we talked about the relationships between academia with extension services, and then also how we have co-creation with farmers, but also young people as extension agents themselves. The other area we were talking around was gender and inclusion. So talking about a time bias. So talking about women not being able to access dissemination of knowledge events due to domestic activities and childcare. So we were talking a lot around as well that commonly men want to join sessions for information sharing, but then they don't share back with their families. So there's a bias there as well. So really kind of thinking about systemic changes, not just in terms of dissemination of knowledge, but from an inclusivity angle, gender transformation angle, and accessibility of knowledge from academia for governance systems working as part of a knowledge system whereby young people are the centre of that and are agents of that. Thank you.
Brilliant. That's great. Thanks, Sarah. Okay, can we move now to maybe... I think we ended up with one markets group. So the markets group, who's representing it? Paris?
Okay. For the market groups, I'm going to summarize it into three main points. The first one is developing a clear route to market for the products that are being produced. And how we can do that is establishing cooperatives. We all agreed as a group that the way to go is working together as farmers. The second thing is around branding, making sure that the products that we are producing as farmers are very well branded, and that will form a very clear route to market for the products that we are producing. The other area was around linking with existing systems that are working. For example, how can we link with the school feeding program that is happening across the country, and that creates an assured market for the products that we are producing. The third one is around strengthening the offtake system. And the conversation that we had was how do we ensure that the pricing is correct and the pricing remains for a couple of days or months? How can we ensure that farmers are paid in good time? And one of the members actually asked, is it possible to think about trade finance? Something that can cushion the farmers even as they wait for payment from the offtake or from the pool that they have sold to. The second area was around understanding the value chains. That means establishing very clear knowledge hubs where there's a clear understanding of the supply and demand. How does it work? How does the pricing look like vis-a-vis the cost of production? And, just having that very good understanding as well as creating awareness and demand for the products that we are producing. The third is on commercialization of the technologies that we are promoting on regenerative agriculture. We appreciated the challenge that we are having on certification, and this is because of the delays that are in there, the cost, the pricing that is there. Most young people cannot afford to have their products certified, and that means they cannot get to the market. So what do we need to do to ensure that certification is done? And there was a recommendation, how can we partner and work very closely with the county from the word go? If you're promoting BSF, for example, what can we do to scale it up? And do we need certification for that? We also need to have a very clear role that the private sector actors need to play. Where do they come in? Sometimes the technologies will be developed by a farmer in the village, but we need to ask ourselves, at what point does the private sector come in? We all agree that private sector actors will come when there's demand. So we need to be able to demonstrate demand for the technologies. We need to be able to develop a very clear business case for the technologies that we are promoting, because, unless we pitch that to a private sector actor, the challenge is no one will invest in that technology. The other thing was around cost of input vis-a-vis pricing. We said the main challenge that we are having around access to markets for products that have been produced organically is the issue of pricing. There is no incentive for the farmers when they go to the market when it comes to the pricing of the products that they have. So can we think about how to reduce the cost of production, how to price our products better so that they're able to access the right markets?
Thanks so much, Paris. It sounds like you had a rich discussion. So the last group, policy group, can we have your 2 bullet points, please? Policy group. Who's in the policy group? Put your hands up if you're in the policy group. Who is going to talk? Okay, great.
Yes, thank you very much. Under the policy group, some of the gaps that we're able to identify under policies, we have got different policies that exist in Kenya. There are some that are on soil management, others on climate change. And we said that we need to have a review and also integrate some of the policies. Number 2, under the gaps is we have to review the roles of the key actors within these policies that exist. And number 3, we have another gap is the curriculum review of the agricultural courses that are being trained. Because some of the courses, some of the technologies that are there, some of them are outdated and did not reflect the current RA practices. Existing policies, we have got the seed policy that is there currently, and it actually advocates for use of certified seed. On the collaborations that we need to make RA work in Kenya is we need to have a multi-sectoral committee to support the drive of the agenda in terms of policy and also in terms of change. Number 2 is we need to have the private sector players participate along the public sector players in development of the RA policies that we have.
Great, thank you.
And then lastly, on our call to action, we said that...
no, that's coming. You can wait for that.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so now we're going to quickly go around and look at the second question, which is specifically looking at practical next steps. And because we don't want to eat into your lunch, and actually there's a practical reason for that as well. We need time for the team putting together the call to action to put it together. So can you please just come up with one key partnership or collaboration that you've identified as being useful to achieve the systemic change that you identified? So can we do it in the same order as before? So could we have the first youth group to give us your top priority collaboration or partnership you identified? If they're not ready, could we have someone who's ready?
So,
okay, that's great.
Yeah, I'm Janet Ochieng. I work as a project officer from Kenya Female Advisory Organization. I was in the youth group. So the question was, what can you do in your organization individually or in collaboration with others to bring about these changes? So we've just been told to share one. So number 1 was to establish demonstration centers where different stakeholders come on board to showcase their skills, expertise towards regenerative agriculture. And these actors that we mentioned were the market actors, the state and non-state actors, and also the learning institutions, in ensuring that the youths are also coming on board in sharing on their skills and expertise towards regenerative agriculture.
Thank you. Is the second youth group ready? Can I just ask that group a question, follow-up question then? So, is there anyone else who would be involved in helping set those centres up? Did you have any discussion about that?
Well, thank you. We had discussions regarding that, and the market actors. The question was thrown back to the policy makers, so that we can have a clear role of the youths, the non-state actors, and also maybe the non-governmental NGOs, the NGOs organizations, so that they have a clear role on what they need to do and how it's supposed to be done. And also the government provides a role of what they do and how they're done. The youth provide a role on how they do and what's they done.
Okay, thank you. Can we move to second youth group?
Okay, under youth group, we had some 2 points under call to action. One being the policy and strategies of youth and gender to be integrated to a point that they could accommodate youths and make it friendly for young people to get into agriculture. Then number two, the private partners or the private development partners working in harmony so that they ensure all that is a threat to the young people is diversely worked on, because you realize here comes a case, different NGOs are working on one thing, yet there are other many issues that are affecting young people. Then thirdly, even the government or this county or national government would work on some structures that would improve agro-processing, distribution and marketing, to allow young people get into different nodes of agriculture, not just production alone. Because we have so many niches in agriculture that could be on the value addition and other niches, but young people are limited to agriculture in the production sector alone because the facilities that will support the extended nodes in agriculture are not there. So those are some of the call to action that we had. Thank you.
Thank you. I like that point about coordination. I think we all have a responsibility to coordinate more with each other. Okay, can we go to the knowledge groups? One of the knowledge groups. So what's the biggest priority collaboration or partnership you identified?
Thank you. On the second question on collaboration, our group found out that the role of the government is very essential. So through the government, PASCOM has to get a budget so that it can help in coordination. And this coordination will help raising awareness about RA. And in the process, we are going to have documentation of stories of change, which through the funds, we're going to have an agreed framework and methodologies of promoting RA. And finally, commercialization of knowledge services will pursue because of that.
Can I ask, is anyone else involved? You spoke about government. Is it just government, or is there anyone else who's helping with that process?
Okay, CASCOM is a body, is a network partnership of all the players in the agriculture sector in the counties. So through that, you see, the common way has been you reach other partners so that they can fund those meetings. But through counties are now coming up with CASCOM bill so that they can fund their own activity. They can fund these meetings. So if there is funding to do to this effect, then it is easier to create more awareness about RA. And through that, we have one framework which is guided from the national level so that we're speaking the same language on RA. And we noted that without commercialization of the benefits of RA, then you find it might not be picked as such. So the commercialization aspect becomes very key here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So can we the second knowledge group? Where are they?
Can I, John? Can I just say the reason why we did this is it's who's got the mandate. Everybody wants to coordinate knowledge. NGOs want to, think tanks want to, business wants to, but we were talking about mandates. Who has the mandate to do it legitimately that would make all the others work? And that's why we picked on the role of government at the county level. Could it be very practical? But everybody around the table, when we had all representatives there, we all said that the contribution of those representatives was essential. We just needed a vehicle which had the mandated role to do it and do it well.
And can you give the microphone to Jacob?
Yeah, so for the call to action, we had 2 points, but you can see some I already mentioned. We've had different groups talking about farmers having knowledge and disseminating this knowledge to community members, but they are not recognized. So one of the areas that we can collaborate is to come together as partners and push for policy to anchor these resourceful people in the community so that they can be recognized and continue providing extension services. We've had people mention lead farmers, community resource persons, farmer field schools, but they are not yet recognized, so they need to be anchored into law the same way as the community health strategy, so that they can be able to provide these services effectively to the community members. The other one has been mentioned, so there's no need to repeat. Thank you.
Can I just check, Jacob, who are the people collaborating in that advocacy effort?
Yeah, so this is a collective. It's a collective effort, because we can see organizations building capacities of these people, lead farmers, the community resource persons. Those are examples of people to collaborate with the government and other service providers to recognize these structures into policy.
Okay. All right. Can we move to the market group?
For the market group, we came up with the fact that there needs to be a multi-sector forum collaboration between producers, marketers, finance, farmers, as well as and also the county government, at county government level, and also especially for the more involvement of the county various departments, because also something which came up is the lack of inclusion of the various departments. When you talk about business, they fall under trade, and when we talk about production, it falls under agriculture, and really cross-cutting. So bringing in everyone that needs to be involved and thinking further and on the bigger chain, who should be involved. So more of a multi-sector coordination, multi-sector forum. Also collaboration networks with looking for collaborations between the various organizations and networks. How finance institutions, involving finance institutions, as well as private sector in the talk. And a good example given was also how trade financing can be explored, and with the involvement of with the involvement of machineries or government institutions which are willing to listen and understand the challenges facing the farmers, which private sector, normal financial institutions may not really understand and be sympathetic to.
Thanks, Anjiku. Okay, last but not least, can we move to the big bullet point from the policy group, please? policy group? Put your hand up if you want the microphone. Where's Michael?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm sorry, something happened here. When discussion it could be under my group member here. On our call to action is under the policy, number one is if we can start having use of ICT in terms of deliberating matters to do and ensuring that the youth have access to some of the policies that exist in RA. Number two was having focus groups at county level that are that we can be able to speak on matters to do with RA, so that we harmonize all the activities that we are doing together.
So who's running those focus groups?
Okay, it was supposed to be like jointly. Initially, the CECs for agriculture have been having meetings called JASTOM, Joint Agriculture Sector Steering Committees. So there was a request like they could have a joint meeting and including private sectors to attend such a meetings, so they have a multi-sectoral approach to issues on regenerative agriculture. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Look, we're going to wrap up there because we're eating into your lunch when you should be eating your lunch. But don't worry about the stuff that hasn't been said, because all the people with the sheets, please can you, as you go out, can you give your sheets to Tim? And that will go into the discussion that's going to take place now in a small group about the call to action. So your information will not be lost. But thank you very much to everyone for those rich discussions, and thanks to everyone who reported back. All right.
He's done a superb job, so he deserves better than that. No, I'm not satisfied. I know you've not had lunch. He deserves better than that. So give him a hand, hearty clap. So we are coming almost to the end of our 2 days of great conversations, insights, information sharing, insights generation, etc. So a couple of announcements. Of course, lunch will be served shortly. We will all proceed downstairs where you'll get your lunch vouchers. I also would ask you to set aside some time to just append your signatures as proof that indeed you participated in this very wonderful conference, and of course in support of what we will all agree to in terms of the call to action declaration. There will also be the launch of what had been alluded to earlier, in fact yesterday, around an agroecology toolkit. That will be in the afternoon, and of course the conference resolutions. Before we have our lunch, I would like to once again invite Father Adhiambo. Kindly come and pray for the foods so that it is able to do what it is supposed to do.
Maybe all stand up, please. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. God our Father, we want to thank you for inspiring us since morning. We have been together trying to learn how to serve you. And now that we are going for lunch, Lord, may you bless those who have prepared the lunch. May you also bless us, we who are going to eat it, so that we may become stronger to love you and to serve you by serving others. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. And Holy Spirit.
Thank you for that. Ladies and gentlemen,
we are settling in. In Swahili, we normally say tumekula ng'ombe mzima, tumebakisha nini? Anyone who'd want to translate that? We have eaten the whole cow. Yes? The only thing that is remaining is the tail. And what do you do with the tail? You make oxtail, right? Mm. Yeah. 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 So we normally say, with the oxtail, you can do a lot of things. Get a lot of, nutrients even from the cow tail, right? So this is what we are actually going to do in this afternoon session, having done so many things for the past 3 days. There have been very high level, stimulating speeches. We've done some panel discussion, and of course plenary, and a lot of responses from you, the audience. And I'm happy to say, to see all of you still here, and just deliberating on this. We've also seen very high presentations from the different presenters who came up here. But at the same time, we went out to the field and we met some of the youth that we've been working with over the years, those youth who have developed each and they're actually practicing agroecology. But one of the things that we're talking about, we should have a call to action that we shall be talking about today, and we shall also be signing. But interestingly, one of the things that came out from one of the groups is that as different stakeholders, partners, government officials who are here, development organizations, some CSOs, some networks, the farmers, we are sometimes accused of building islands of excellence, very good islands of excellence, but at the same time, a sea of chaos. So you find where we are implementing the activities, where we are working with the farmers, everything seems to be working. But across the ridge, across the river, across the valley, across the counties, this information or replication of activities is not happening. But then we are here in an island of excellence, very good discussions, very good conversations, high level presentations that we need to cascade across the ridge, across the valleys, and across to even other counties. So how are we going to do this? There was a session earlier on where we split ourselves into groups, and these groups actually tackled 4 things. Emphasis was on knowledge, and under knowledge, we actually looked how can knowledge dissemination on region agriculture become embedded both in public and private sector. And there was a lot of discussions. I was privileged to be in that group, and there's a lot that has come up from that group. But one of the things that we are taking, and one of the things that is cross-cutting, is what is going to be our call to action today. The other groups have looked at the notes as well, was on markets. We're talking about a business case. We're talking about market cases that are evidence to the youth to take up regenerative agriculture. How can markets and the private sector drive this change? And there's a cross-cutting theme that has come across, and shortly I'll be mentioning it to you. The other one was on the special demographic that you're working on. This is the youth group. What systemic changes are needed to enable young people to participate in this change? And we actually have agreed as delegates and as members in this conference that this special demographic group are the ones who are going to drive change. And as much as we are focusing on them, just remember they're also going to get old. So if you don't sort them out right now, they won't be sorted even in the near future. Very few years ago, I was young. I am lucky I was transformed while I was young. So I have this information and I'm able to follow through these conversations. And the last group was on the big topic on policy. Well, a lot of very good policies in place, but also identifying some gaps that we need to bridge and also implement the existing policy. So what policy change? What policy implementation strategy to enable this to happen? So what we have done, the call to action, we have picked the high level and the cross-cutting themes or the repeating themes in every group, and we have come up with 4 resolutions. So there was a committee of experts. They did these evaluations on what the flip charts that you have presented to us, and we picked 4 bold call to action. And as I read them, I am hoping we will have represented everything that we have said in this conference. So I think we are ready to read the call to action. This will form part of the resolutions as well. So ladies and gentlemen, we, the participants at the Regenerative Agriculture Conference held here at Ciala Resort from September 11th to 13th, the year 2023, do hereby commit the following. We are going to work together to develop a pluralistic approach and inclusive extension services that supports regenerative agriculture. Number 2, we are going to collaborate to improve access to land and finance for young people. Number 3, we are going to develop a clear route to market for regenerative agriculture products. And number 4, we are going to work collaboratively to harmonize policies that support regenerative agriculture. Those are the 4 resolutions from this agriculture conference. For those who are in favor of these 4 resolutions, may I get an aye? Please, may I get a very strong aye? Those who are not in favor of these 4 resolutions, can I get a nay? The ayes have done. The ayes have it. And now, because in Africa and everywhere, when you have resolutions, they must be penned down, right? Do we agree to pen down these resolutions? Yes, right? So we are going to have a very small ceremony, and this ceremony will seek some of the representatives who are actually here to just come and sign these 4 resolutions on our behalf. So, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to enter into this ceremony to have, your 4, 5, 6 delegates to be able to come and sign this and witness this as a resolution. What will happen after this is that this call to action for all of us who are here, every other time we meet, every other time we interact, we'll have evidence to say that we're working on 4 things. And then the next time we meet here for the learning event, we'll also be able to take stock of where we are with these resolutions. So, Norman, I think I'm ready to execute this. Yeah.
Mike.
Great. So,
Can the resolution be projected? Do you have a copy of the resolutions to be projected? Yeah? You don't, but you can have. Okay.
Yeah. So as we wait for the resolution to be projected up there, please, the following should prepare to come and, just sign this document. So with the help of IKEA Foundation, we've been able to set up this conference. So we are going to start with you, analysts, to just come here and just sign off this. Because we are actually agreeing that you're going to have it from a multi-stakeholder approach, I would want one of research organizations to come and help us, because we have agreed that there's a lot of information out there that that needs to be shared for public good, for us to understand this. So a representative of research institutions. So Oliver, you'll help me with that. I also want to have one youth agripreneur, because this is about us. This is about the youth. One farmer, please, and preferably a lady, because I gave Emmanuel Ragot the other day the opportunity to present. So I'd also want a lady agripreneur to come on stage and also sign this. A representative from Practical Action, I can see they're outside there, so we'll know who will come to sign. Now, I know we are many county governments, a representative from county governments, we are very many here. We are in the host county of Kisumu, so a representative from the county government to just come and represent the other county governments as well. A representative from the private sector, key driver to achieving systemic change. So I know there's some private sector representative, and of course from the academia. So Oliver, you'll be helping me on this. So ladies and gentlemen, at this stage, please allow me to invite Annalise to come and kickstart the signing ceremony. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes. Thank you very much, Annalise. Yeah, thank you. And we'll be holding her accountable to these resolutions that we have, passed in this assembly or in this. Yeah. All right. Oliver, a representative from the research institutions. A representative from Kefri? Yes. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause as he represents all the other research institutions. Yeah. Karibu sana. I think he'll take time to just check the 4 resolutions before he signs very quickly. Yeah. I'm going to sign as a witness for you, right? Thank you very much, Paul, for signing on behalf of research institutions. Let's give him another round of applause. Yeah. We go to the youth agripreneur. Any lady who is here, and not Beryl. Beryl, don't come. Great. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes on stage. You can also tell us your name. Karibu.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lorena Tieno from Homa Bay County. I'm an agroecology champion.
Yeah, and as she signs, those are the 4 resolutions on the screen there. Thank you, Lorraine. Let's give her another round of applause. I have just seen and I was actually waiting for you to come and sign a resolution. We have already voted in this assembly that we have 4 resolutions that we have agreed to move forward with, and this is a call to action. So please come and sign on behalf of Practical Action.
My name is Akinyi Walenda, and I'm going to sign on behalf of
Great. I'm hoping you have read what we are signing. Salary increases for me, man. Thank you. Thank you, Akinyi. Yeah. Thank you very much. The next representative is from county governments. County government representative. Thank you very much. And we are sure you'll be passing this to all the other county governments, to your peers. Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much. Let's give George another round of applause. Yeah, the other representative who will come and append the signature is from the private sector. Anyone from the private sector? Anyone from the private sector? I know we are many. Magos, Mbona kila mtu amesema Magos? Kwani Magos unapatia nini watu huku? Eh? Who are you? What are you? Eh? Magos, karibu sana. Yeah? So far, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we should. Yeah. But Magos, please come and sign. And then from the academia, Prof. I know you are here, but now we need a lady from the academia. Who did you tag along with? Sorry? You didn't tag along. Any other person from the academia, from the universities? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And don't go far because I will need you. Just yeah. Prof, just come and do the honors. And next time we will tag along many other people. Yeah. Great. So a round of applause to Prof. And Prof, I don't want you to go far. Just please come and so that we have a photo session. Just come, Prof. Let me call Annalise, Akinyi, George from the county to just come and take a photo, and even the youth agripreneur. Please come. We take a photo so that we document this in form of a photo as well, and we'll be able to move forward. Lorraine, please come on stage. Sorry. How do we do this, Norman? Norman? So you're going to hold this, yeah, together. Well, if we have enough, everybody their own, yeah, we do. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, we have been given instructions to come in the middle. Can we move the table? Can we move the table that side? All right. These our representatives. We are going to document this in a photo. Thank you very much. Please let's give them another round of applause. We are going to hold them to task. We're also going to hold you to task so that next time we meet here, we assess the milestone on the 4 resolutions that we have agreed on today. Thank you very much, my able representatives. Asantene sana. Yeah. You can actually keep the copies. Go with the copies. I need the original one. Yeah, here is the original one. Thank you. Was it there? Thank you very much. So Norman, I have the original copy here with me.
Okay.
What we are going to do with this copy is that we are going to scan this and send to the delegates so that they can document this to be able to just review this and also just keep tabs with what we have agreed today. Thank you very much. That was just my session. I beg to go to the next session. Thank you very much.
Okay. Another round of applause. Thank you so much, Team Wangi, for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are just about to complete this, I think, in the next few minutes. Earlier on, as had been mentioned, just before we do the official launch of the agroecology toolkit, of course, it is important that we know what it is all about. Of course, you'd remember, or you'd recall that yesterday there was a mention around this particular toolkit, and it is something that is really going to support in our endeavors, especially to entrench some of the practices to entrench, in terms of guidance, etc., in terms of what we want to achieve. So, just before we do the symbolic unveil of this particular toolkit, I just want to mention a few things which I had mentioned earlier, but for purposes of just ensuring that we do not forget what has been transpiring, is just to once again emphasize, and I hope that Oliver will still be very much around, and the rest of the speakers for this particular function. Yesterday, I'd mentioned just around in terms of the global perspective, what a shift to regenerative agriculture can be able to do. And key among them, and this touches on food security, is just around feeding the world. Feeding the world, which means that farmers already feeding the world with less than a quarter of the farmlands, which means that this can be able, or through the utilization of these methods or practices, the acre or space within which they operate can be able to be bigger and therefore secure in terms of food security. Number two is just around what we've been talking about, which is around improving nutrition. And this here, we're talking about the need for more diverse agro ecosystems, just to ensure a more diversified nutrient output of the farming systems, as of course one of those advantages that then are is tied to this shift to regenerative agriculture. And I think the other thing is just around creation of drought-resistant soil, so that then the addition of organic matter to the soil increases the water holding capacity of the soil, and therefore regenerative organic agriculture builds soil organic matter. Something that we've been talking about, and especially with a special focus on the youth. And of course, in the morning, you were able to see a 5-minute video of what this can be able to do, in terms of the positive impact down there on ground. It's just around revitalizing the local economies. And this, we are talking about, to represent an opportunity, or rather represents an opportunity to boost local economies. The other thing is just around improving yields. In cases of extreme weather and climate change, yields on organic farms are significantly higher than conventional farms. And of course, there's been talk also, much reference, the speakers yesterday, today, also during the panel discussions, and also the rest of the speakers, there has been at least a mention of climate change. So that then what we'll be talking about is that emissions reduction alone is simply inadequate. Likely, the science, they say that it's going to be adopted for this can be able to reverse the climate change by what we would refer to increasing soil carbon stocks. You can go on and on and on. But also, I just want to also leave you with a quote from a former UN Secretary General, Ban Ki-moon, in one of those conferences, and it was a very charged one, and I think the issue around climate change had really gained traction. He mentioned this: saving our planet, lifting people out of poverty, advancing economic growth, and a couple of other things. These are one and the same fight. We must connect the dots between climate change, water scarcity, energy shortages, global health, food security, and women's empowerment. I know Akinyi is happy with that last one. Solutions to one problem must be solutions for all. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now welcome Bwana Oliver Fureshi, the program manager, Practical Action Kenya, to just tell us more, together with his team, what is this agroecology toolkit? What are some of those key things that we need to know before we do the bill? And then, of course, as we leave this hall, each of you will be able to get a copy of it. Yeah, thank you. One Oliver.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, we are almost coming to the end of this conference, and I'm happy to be here on a session where we are going to launch one of the knowledge products that this project was able to support stakeholders to come up with. And actually, Practical Action, as part of thinking about sustainability, we brought together a number of actors and we were convening what we were calling agroecology stakeholders network. And as part of the mandate of this stakeholders network, they developed the toolkit with the support of the project. And actually, I don't want to speak much about it. I want to invite the representative. This network, actually, as we speak, is almost is now a formal organization that should now be able to take forward some of the work that we've been doing. But welcome on stage, John, so that you can be able to speak on behalf of the network for 1 or 2 minutes. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver, and delegates. I'm in a team where I'm the short one. Once again, I'm John Otuoma. I work with Kefri as an agroecology expert. I would like to ask my colleagues to introduce themselves if I say something small.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Chengomolo. I'm a senior scientist with Calro. My area of specialization is soil fertility and plant nutrition.
Good afternoon, participants. My name is Willis Atia. I work with Kenya Forestry Research Institute as a principal scientist. Actually, my area of specialization is agroforestry, and especially looking at the soil fertility part of it also, as the trees help to improve our soil status. Thank you.
Thank you, Willis and Paul. So I got into this team by accident. This gentleman happened not to have been available on a particular one day when a meeting was called. So he asked me to step in for him. So I found myself remaining in the team and being elected chair. So thank you, guys. So we met in I think early 2020 when Practical Action asked stakeholders to have a meeting and propose a way forward in terms of packaging innovations and technologies around agroecology. When we had our second meeting, when we were supposed to begin working on the toolkit, the first case of COVID-19 was discovered in Kenya. And so we went through a patch that was a bit rough in terms of having meetings. Meetings were banned. But all the same, I want to thank Practical Action because we went ahead and came up with this document. So what is Agroecology Stakeholders Network? This is a network of professionals who are affiliated to institutions. The 6 of us from research, academia, Ministry of Agriculture, private sector. We have Bayer East Africa, Syngenta, and others in this team. We have people from the NGO world and very many from the CBO. Now, the Practical Action put up, assisted this team to come together because there was the challenge of sustainability of innovations. Because projects come, put this together, and then when the project goes, that's the end of it. So we are here to say we've been formalized. We welcome you to the partnership. As of today, even individuals can come in, but you must have a professional background so that we engage as professionals on the network. Thank you so much.
Maybe you can talk about the toolkit itself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do we have a copy? So that, the toolkit has 12 chapters ranging from soil and water conservation all the way to vegetable farming, organic agriculture, all those, and agroforestry, seed systems for those who are doing vegetable farming and trees and all that. To an extent that what we're grappling with today is the government is saying, the president is saying he wants us to plant 15 billion trees. And when we sit here, we are talking about agriculture. The 15 billion trees must find themselves in the same landscape. The tool is very useful because it is fully integrated. You find livestock, trees, crops, all those, including disease management, soil fertility systems, all those. So it is a well-encompassing kind of synthesis of the things that we do on our farms and the extension support we provide to farmers. You want to say something?
Okay, I may just add about indigenous vegetables. It's very important because we have also put the kitchen garden, which is very key. And now, because of that, farmers have turned to urban farming, which is also taken care of in that toolkit. So everybody is catered for in the toolkit. Thank you. Thank you. I also wanted just to add this toolkit, there's a toolkit and there's a guide. There are two documents there that anybody who is going to visit a farmer who is planning to train a group of people, there are notes for you to refer to. And there are also some guides on how you can relate to your participants. Even the questions you need to ask them for each particular topic for you to help, get to the bottom of all the topics that we are discussing there. So it is a complete set because it's like we document for trainers. Those who are going to train farmers, they have something to lay their hands on that is guiding. So if it's the one, if it's going to be used in Migori, let the same tool be used in Bungoma, whichever county you are doing it for uniformity. That's what we intended to do.
As we conclude, we did not stop at developing the toolkit. We went ahead yesterday when we had the panel discussion. We were talking about some of the results from Research for Action, particularly supporting extension. So we are in the process of developing more knowledge products, particularly converting the information we have into knowledge products. apart from posters, we'll also get to the point of doing piano papers. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, John, and your team. We really appreciate you. Let's give them a round of applause. Yeah, so as they have mentioned, we've got other set of knowledge products that we will be sharing with all delegates who are here with us today. So immediately after the conference, an email will be coming your way. You should be able to engage with those knowledge products. I now want to request that we go into the unveiling, and I will request that Gillian, you come and help us. And then Susan, you can step forward, and then Annalise, you can also come forward so that we unveil the toolkit. Oh, yes. So I request that we clap for them as they unveil the toolkit. Let's go. Yeah. 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 You can now exchange the books. Yeah. Please more. Oh no, no. Yeah. Yeah, we now request that you hold your toolkit and then we have one photo.
What a message
on stage. Again, you can be on stage.
Congratulations. I have a message for you. God has sent me. I have a message.
So let's have
I have a message. Congratulations.
that
I have a message for you.
the podium. I request that
I have a message.
county government or a director, you also come to the podium.
Congratulations. I have a
Yeah.
I have a message.
They come. Yeah. And then where is John? Please, John, join her. John. Yeah. Yeah. That is all right. So,
Message.
now are we done with the photos?
Congratulations.
Okay. Yeah,
I have a message for you.
Let's have a lady again.
God sent me. I have a message for you. God has sent me to you. Listen, them tell you, say you can never be the one. But God say, make I tell you, say now you him choose. And one month, and one you will sing a new song. 2 days, a lesson that you will hear. Congratulations, just congratulations, he has started, and you will come back with a new song to sing. God is good. Yes, come again with a new song of praise. God is good. Oh, you can dance up here, yeah? Celebrate, yeah? Okay, DJ, do something else. Congratulations. Show them, yeah? That's great. Great. Congratulations. Show them, yeah. What is done on you? The rest of us just got to stand clapping. Let's sing, let's sing. God is good. Let's celebrate. Them say that I can never be all that I see. I've seen that. God is rich agenda. Come back to with the Lord. But who can change his mind? For many years, many I have said his faithfulness ever and ever. Let's all stand up. Let's celebrate. He has started for me and has so much happy to new song to sing. My God is good. Yes, you come again with a new song of praise. My God is good. Congratulations. Now, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That is a great milestone. Yeah.
Have you taken the books with us?
Yeah. Yes, yes. You can take the books. So don't worry. The rest of you, do not worry. You've not been forgotten. There are so many others outside there. Once we finish this, you will be able to, each one of you will be able to get a copy. So I can hear Kenny saying this is really nice. So really, really impressed. So ladies and gentlemen, we now get to the last bit of this conference, and this is just around the closing remarks. And without further ado, I would want to invite back on stage Madame Annalise, the Program Manager, IKEA Foundation. Kindly.
So, catching my breath after the dance here. But we have come to the closing remarks of these 2.5 days of, well, let's say 3 days of Regenerative Agricultural Conference. And let me first start with a round of thanks. First of all, to Practical Action and the team. There's many people from Practical Action here. All their help was needed, all hands on deck to organize the visits on day one, the agenda, all the panelists for day 2 and 3, guiding us through these days, together with the support of the event managers, not to forget about the media people who are taking all the pictures and doing the sound and everything there, and Buona Norman for guiding us through on this smooth sailing throughout the conference. Please join me in giving the whole team a big hand. And then there's also all of you to thank, all the participants, and especially the entrepreneurs who've taken time out of their precious days to be with us. Being an entrepreneur, leaving your business for 3 days, you don't do it just for nothing. Thank you also for your tenacity to stay alert, even though lunch was sometimes a bit late and we didn't really have a 9 to 5 mentality, but an 8 to 8 one. So thank you for your contribution, your active engagement, your participation. A conference can really only be as good as its audience. So thank you for that. We've discussed a lot. We heard so many inspiring stories, so many inspiring words, from the opening keynotes from Dr. Awiti to the many examples of the many partners that are here in the room with us, from the work of the policymakers, and last but not least, again, from the young entrepreneurs here in the room and also at the expo downstairs. I hope you all have had the opportunity, if you're not one of them, to go and visit them and talk to them and hear their stories and also encourage them to go further. The many things we have discussed have also laid bare the complexities of the work that we are facing. Regenerative agriculture is not just about simply changing production practices and the way we farm. As Dr. Awiti said, agriculture is really an existential engagement, and therefore it touches on all aspects of human life on this planet. And I'll be honest with you, my head is buzzing, buzzing with all the things we discussed. I'll name a few without even making an attempt to recap it. But we've discussed a myriad of solutions, from doodle man to veggie woman. We've discussed the importance of food security, nutrition, health, gender inclusion, the role of extension services, education. We've discussed challenges with seed systems, access to appropriate finance, pricing, certification, standards. We touched on food loss and waste, issues of land, land scarcity, challenges with data, with research, and we honed in on the need for market system change, multi-sectoral approaches, and scaling through partnerships. There's so many angles, so many things to discuss, and we may easily choose to run away from all that as we dread finding ourselves lost in confusion. Because it's difficult for us humans to deal with complexity. We are used to dealing with complicated things, and we may think of ourselves as smart when we solve a complicated issue with a simple solution. But food systems are not complicated, they're complex. And let us now not confound complexity with complication. There is no predefined or simple solution to complex issues like food systems. Still, in the face of the polycrisis that we are in today, all of us across the globe together, the polycrisis, the interconnected crisis of poverty, food crisis, inequality, climate change, biodiversity collapse, you name it. In face of this polycrisis, we cannot run, we cannot hide. And it is our duty to embrace the complexity, to embrace the unknown, and to remain ever so massively optimistic as we reimagine our future together. And as my head is buzzing, my heart is jumping, jumping with excitement, jumping with anticipation also. Unlike Emmanuel, I don't know where you are, I'm not a tall person, but very like him, I also feel very small. I am small, but I also feel it. I feel small when I look across the room and I see so much gray matter here, so many brains, wise women, wise men gathered together. I see so much energy in the room that you all have to make a real change for farmers, for entrepreneurs, for young people, for yourselves, for our children. And I'm really excited to witness the strong spirit of openness to work together, to collaborate, to co-create, and to spark even more of that energy. It gives me real confidence and hope for what is to come. So I won't bother you much longer, but let me end with a quote from Ingvar Kamprad, the founder of IKEA, the company that has founded IKEA Foundation. He said, and I think this is very appropriate here, most things remain undone. There is a glorious future ahead. Asante sana.
Another round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I take this opportunity to invite Madame Susan Miner, Country Director, Practical Action Kenya. Welcome.
Thank you. As Annalise says, she's excited. I am too very, very excited. So I begin my thanks with our funder. So to IKEA Foundation, Annalise, we are very, very grateful. Without IKEA Foundation, we probably couldn't have started this journey. And we were passionate about starting this journey. We could probably have started it, but you made it work for us, and you made it work in the way and at a time that we really needed it. And we knew that our country needed, our youth needed this journey to start. So we thank you very, very much. I thank the partners who are here, all of you. Thank you very, very much. Because without you, this could not have happened, right? So thank you very much for agreeing to our invitation, for being here with us the last 2 days. Some people came on Sunday, so asanteni sana. And key to this is to remember that in all these partnerships, government is key, and I take special thanks, give special thanks to the county governments that are represented here, and even those that are not here, who we know have also been embracing the work that we've been doing and really supported us. Being here with us the last 2 days again has been very much appreciated. We've had great contribution from the various departments. For the youth enterprises, again, thank you very much for agreeing to work with us this journey. And I mean, it's not been easy, but sometimes they say no pain no gain, right? And so we are here because we made commitments as youth businesses. We wanted to listen and to challenge the status quo in terms of those things that are probably not working as they should be. So thank you very much. And to all of us, last but not least is to thank the practical team, practical action team, all of you. Thank you so much for this wonderful event, the putting together, and everything that we've been able to share. And so my excitement then doesn't necessarily just because of the dancing that has happened here. That was really nice. But it's really because of some of the things we have now taken away from the call to action. And I think as we exit this space for the practical action, the commitment that we are making is that we shall follow through to ensure that all of those things that we've listed there will be followed one way or another. Some will be immediate, some will be medium term, and some will be longer term plans that we need to put in place. But as a starting point, what I've had along the way, as we had the 2-day conversations, people saying we need to do more of this. And so it is a challenge to us, and we really welcome that challenge to make sure that these events are happening. So thank you so much once more for the sharing. We've had lots of insights into the things that we need to do. And because we are all asking ourselves, regenerative agriculture is not new, but regenerative agriculture needs more effort. It needs people to understand that we are in a crisis as a global community, and therefore, what can we do to make sure that all the way from the farmer level there is good adoption of the practices that need to be in place? Our stakeholders in the various market systems are responding well in addressing this. So thank you so much for the insights. Thank you so much for the challenge, that has been thrown to us around more networking, more consultation with government. And while I say that we do have some answers, we don't have all the answers, and we shall keep seeking for all these answers. So thank you so much. I am sure this is not the end of our conversations, because I am sure Practical Action has learned a lot in terms of putting together such kind of engagements, and we shall be meeting more in order to forward the actions that we've put. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Susan. Last but not least, just before we go into the vote of thanks, is Chris around? Is Chris around? Oh yeah. Okay, cool. There's a reason why I've called you. No, you may sit. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me now welcome the Director of Agriculture at the County Government of Kakamega, Bonatitas Omengo, to wrap it up, and then we proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Modibo, for giving me this chance. Good evening, everybody. As maybe for those who can't remember, my name is Titus Omengo. I'm a director with the Department of Agriculture in Kakamega County. I want to reiterate to what other speakers have said. I'm really excited to be here. I know if I start giving thanks, I'll repeat what everybody has said here. But one of the things that I want to say today is that as a representative of the county government, we really appreciate the organizers for putting us on board and enabling us to be here. Indeed, this is a game changer to us because we've learned a lot, and I'm sure our senior, the executive, the county assemblies, they need to get from an expert, from somebody who knows what regenerative agriculture is. So this workshop to me and my colleagues from the government who are here, surely it has been very knowledgeable. We've learned a lot. Like me, I've typed about 12 pages of notes, and I'm sure I can compile and prepare even a book like the kit which you've done here, so that when I go there, I speak from a blueprint. So I want to thank everybody for having made this activity a success. Indeed, it has been very warm and very interactive, and I'm sure we are living here people who are really knowledgeable and knowing what we are going to do. Maybe my last remark to all of you is that I want you just to look at yourself as a candle. Kindly, as you live here, go with that fire of regenerative agriculture. Meet people, light them, light them, light them. And I'm sure the impact that is going to come out of this workshop is going to be immense, not now, but in the future. The transformation of this country in terms of food security, income generation, employment for our youth, I'm sure if you look at it keenly, you can see regenerative agriculture has that password. So kindly don't go and sit down with this information and just give people a big story of how the workshop was wonderful, but kindly go light up this candle so that more and more people can know about this regenerative agriculture and transform their lives, especially for these smallholder farmers who at times they don't know why their land is not producing. Otherwise, thank you so much for the organizers. I really appreciate what you've done, and I can assure you the practical action team, I have to share this with the governor of Kakamega County, but surely there is a team which requires to come and talk to you so that when you come there, you have something to share with him. And I'm sure it is going to transform the lives of the people of Kakamega and other regions altogether. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Just before I invite Chris to now give us a vote of thanks, I've just come through a very interesting quote just around what we've been discussing the past 3 days, and I think this I would be doing you a great of disservice if I do not share with you this particular quote. I want us just to pay keenly to what it says: to move conservation forward, to move toward ethics and regeneration and holism, we must first learn to see so that we can learn how to speak. Eh? Ama kizungu kwa sababu mmepata mpaka hapo, sio? Mmepata mpaka hapo? Kwa hivyo niendelee. We must first learn to see so that we can learn how to speak. So that we can learn how to know better. Mmepata mpaka hapo? Acha niendelee. Without the herbivore, grass is without value. Without the valuable cover of grass, the soil is without life. Bona Chris, vote of thanks.
Thank you. I forgot when we were putting the program together, I was worried that nobody would be making a vote of thanks that wasn't aligned to an agenda. And I said, we need a vote of thanks which is not aligned to an agenda. And Fortnite made that suggestion. So I was a bit embarrassed when he says, where's Chris? But actually, this has been a huge effort, isn't it? And there's been many thanks have already been said and made.
So this, at the danger of being a little bit repetitive, but there are a few people perhaps who have not been quite thanked as much as others. But obviously, we are very grateful for, the County of Kisumu for hosting us and for the great opening that we had and that political will that came right at the beginning. And then also for the sort of sponsorship this has had, the IKEA Foundation have managed to make, and at least have managed to make this, enabled us to make this happen, which is enabling. I'm very grateful for the county governments that you see have supported this and the commitment we've seen towards regenerative agriculture. It gives me a lot of hope in talking about regenerative agriculture when I go back to UK and everything. This is really inspirational because we see it's not just something being driven by a few enthusiasts. This is driven by a large cross section of government and non-government and business and other actors. So the partner NGOs who are here, we see them, the MasterCard Foundation who have come along and they're also supporting an initiative to try and make change happen. All the guests of this conference, I mean, especially farmers and entrepreneurs, I think I echo what Annalise said. You're giving up your time as private sector actors to come and engage in this debate to influence the environment. Let us make this a success. The research organizations, the practical action colleagues. I mean, really, this has been great, including the people who make this happen, like the people who are driving us to and from and solving our problems. It's really respected. The hotel who've looked after us, which has been really great. Now, you see, I've deliberately saved, I think I have saved, nobody has thanked Norman yet. Oh, we did. Ah, right. Okay, Norman. There you go. You are well recognized. It's not just me, but thank you for the facilitation you've done, and very much to the ILEA team, who in my session put up with sort of very last minute. I need flip charts. With the rapporteurs and so on. Thank you for your patience and thank you for your hard work. So with that, I think we should all stand up and give a rousing roof ceiling shaking round of applause to everybody for your hard work. We're thanking ourselves and everybody.
Wow, 3 days are over. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our 3-day regenerative agriculture conference held here at Ciala Resort, the great county of Kisumu. I am once again honored. I am grateful. You have been a wonderful people. I have talked to some of you. I like also the feedback that I've received. As they say, feedback is the breakfast of champions. Yeah? Yeah? Let me repeat. And I want Daktari, because I had a chat with Daktari and he gave me some very, very encouraging feedback. And indeed, the people that I've talked to, that I've had to interact with, including Father here and all that, of course, also with Paris there. At least now I know several of the names. And if I forget your name, just know that I will not forget your face anywhere on this earth. Yeah? So thank you very much. 3 day of really intense activities, conversations, but also one thing I can admit is the way I came to Kisumu County is not the same way I will leave Kisumu County, courtesy of you great people. So a hearty clap to you. So I would want to be part of this conversation. I have learned a lot. I've really learned a lot. I've gotten insights. For those who are observing me, of course, Oliver sitting next to me, I was taking lots of notes and all that. So if I give you a buzz, just accommodate me. may not have the kind of insights that you have. This is a conversation that needs to continue, and it's something that is going to really revolutionize how we do our farming, and of course, specifically the youth. I've really been encouraged, especially by the 5-minute video, just showing what is happening on ground, walking the talk. That is really, really important. For those who are traveling, we wish you journey masses. For those who are still around, like some of us, of course, this one I can say, and I already have someone to accompany me this evening. It is nice to sample what Kisumu has to offer. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem is a form of prayer. I'd want to ask each one of us, I'll repeat in Kiswahili. Kwa heshima na taadhima, ningeweza kuwaomba nyinyi nyote simama kwa wimbo wa taifa. Thank you very much. For those who have to catch their flights, of course, the vehicles are ready. And for the exhibitors, do not go. There is someone who really wants to see what you're doing. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you very much, and may God bless you. Asante sana. And there is tea. There is tea. For those who still have to take, there is tea.